Hello everyone, how are we doing today? Welcome. Damn, there's a lot of people in here. I'm not even gonna try to go through them all. I saw Joe in here though, so nice to see you. How you doing? And everyone else, how you guys doing? So, everyone ready? I'm seeing people asking for fly fishing and axe fishing, and of course, pretty sure they will confirm everything today, right? Long intro. Put up PSK. Let's see. Do something here. Let me just add that in the background right now. So yeah, I've disabled all the notifications, guys, just so you know. I assume everyone wants to listen to what Joe and Levo has to say and not listen to alerts and get interrupted on everything. We want news, indeed. We want news. Hopefully we get something. Fly fishing for sure. That's going to be interesting to see. Please do not ask about fly fishing. Oh, there's been how many questions on fly fishing by now? Oh, yeah, I think there's been quite a few questions around fly fishing. We actually have received some questions ahead of time. I can imagine, yeah. So fly fishing or riot, yeah. Now we did actually get a good handful of questions submitted ahead of time. I'm surprised there wasn't more because I know there's a lot more out there, but yeah. Fly fishing around install. Bottomus, how you doing? So yeah, Joe and Levo will be joining us here in about 14 minutes. A little bit of confusion on the scheduling. So the Q&A will be starting in about 14 minutes. We didn't specify that clearly. My bad. So they will be joining us in about 14 minutes. The competition was supposed to run on top of it, but now it will be in the middle of it. So we will start a competition. We'll start at around 4 o'clock. So basically 45 minutes to Q&A. Hey, Ender Control coming in with the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And Ender Control, thank you so much. How was your stream today? So guys, you don't know Ender Control, fellow streamer, so do me a favor, jump in there and give him a follow. And again, thank you so much for coming over with your folks. But yeah, I'm normally shouting out everyone that I see in chat. I'm not going to do that today because there's like a bunch and a half, so I'm not gonna being afraid of losing someone here. So we'll yeah, it was nice. I'm doing good. Yeah, I just saw it last minute here that you were streaming. I've missed everything today. I've kind of been like, my head been in other stuff. me. Who are you? Who are you? MTK, how are you doing? Only shout out to me. Spectre, how you doing? Can we up the bite rate on fish by like 3%? I don't know. Give you guys some comp info? You guys want the comp info? Okay, it's gonna be an hour till we start, and pretty sure that some people are gonna like kick my ass here, but I can take it, I think. But yeah, here's the competition. Mort, you have no idea how much I wanted to do that competition. but I figured it was a bit mean because of gold bait and everything. So yes, exactly. Oh my god, Bream. You're not the first one to say that. The list of stuff that I've been told after like revealing that one, yeah, there's like 3 people that know that I've talked to, and yeah, I've been told off already, so yeah. It will be even grounds, indeed, indeed. Rather hear more info about new map than fly fishing? Yeah, that's it's not a bad statement, Butler. And I think actually there's a better chance to get info on a new map than fly fishing. But who knows? Awesome comp, easy. Yep. How you doing? But yeah, it's the whole idea is to have something easy. You don't have to like spend too much time worrying about your rods and whatnot, and you can focus on what's going on. So that was kind of the whole point of this. So yeah, we're doing this comp starts. I'll set it up right around the time that Joe and Levo jumps in. Actually, we might just set it up so that it's ready. It doesn't matter too much, but we'll start it at 4 o'clock like it's scheduled. So first place will get a Bestia 3000, the new one, and a West Hill Royal Picker. The second one will get a Tigara 3K with a Bunny Picker, and third place will get a Bestia 3000 as well. So basically something that works for Bream, but also it's something that's nice for bottom light stuff. You can go copper with it and like all that good stuff. The spot is like one of the spots is 3087, and that is on the opposite side of the map. So right over with the it's over with the Moonshine Shack. All can participate. Yes, the only requirement is that you're in stream when we're done, because we will do a roll call for the winners, and if you're not here, prize will be passed on. We cannot send to China. We cannot send to Russia. That's the only two limitations. So we might actually just like tag over there while we're waiting for Joe and Levo to join us. So let's go ahead and hide this. Wonder how many people are saying Moonshine Jack. Might as well just do a couple of 1 hour tickets. The competition will be starting at 4 o'clock, so it's actually, you got almost an hour till we start. Competition will be Bream on Volkhov. And it's the biggest one, so we were thinking about like max weight, or sorry, total weight, but it's a bit mean. You kind of have to be on the game all the time, so that's why we did max weight on it. So yeah, we'll do our best when we start. We'll do our best to try to capture up questions for the chat as well. We have some pre-submitted, but yeah, just stick with it when we get that far, and of course try to be respectful. Never had a Bream trophy? Damn. Well, today is your chance. I think this is the one that I can get through. Nope. Almost. Ah. Thought I had that one down. Come on. God damn it. I should have gone around. I should have gone around. I think they've changed the boat's collisions a little bit because the boat goes a little bit sideways. Oh yeah, I know you can go through. It's just a matter of hitting correctly. So ask if they can move regions. Only way for you to do that is to email support. That's the only way you can do anything about that. Not something that I'm pretty sure that's not something they're gonna touch. So, hey John B, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Size does matter. They don't want you moving. Well, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's the same people that are looking at those emails as and I think there's good reasons why they don't let people transfer out of certain regions. But let's not dwell on that today. If they don't want it, like if you don't get a transfer going through support, they're not going to do it through this stream. So. Okay, so 3087. This is the spot. Straight out 35 clip. I'm gonna run with my bunny. Interesting spot, indeed. Don't like the clip on it, but is what it is. $35 indeed. No other spots. There might be other spots. This spot 75-100 normally works. This one over here could work. Those are the most known ones. Not starting until the cup nearly start. That's probably a smart thing, though. We know how this goes, right? The thing for me, though, is that I actually still need... what the heck is the brain? Oh, yeah. I still need this one. Oh, show the setup. Yeah, of course. I'm using a bit high leader. That's mainly because I don't want to get stuck in something while doing the Q&A. Discord notifications? Did you hear Discord notifications? You shouldn't. Because you don't hear my Discord at all. Oh, you did hear them? Okay. Let me do this then. Let's see. Okay, now you shouldn't hear them. There we go. Thanks for letting me know, though. So yeah, this is the setup. So you have mild anise feed pellets, peas, milk porridge, maggots, and coriander. I thought it was your Discord. Two and a half we need, right? I was getting them sitting on the Vimba spot, and I kept getting like close to what I needed, like anything from like 1.9 up to like 2.4, but that was it. The bait, a garlic dough. It's 35. He took my bait and ran off. Okay, so we should have Joe and Levo joining here in a bit. Look at Bear. Where's your home for the month? Yeah, you're still on the barbel hunt, right? Been at this for 2 days. I'm actually using a different mix. I'm using a slightly different one. Maybe put in slow mode. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Problem with slow mode is that it actually just prevent people from spanning. Ooh, hyena with a Black Sea Kudum. Damn. Anyone know where the white-eye brave moved from Volkhov? I have no idea. All right, 1 second, guys. We're gonna get Joe and Levo in here. Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Welcome, guys.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me, guys?
Can stream hear Joe and Levo there?
I cannot hear Joe.
Oh, sorry. Volume test.
Hey,
There we go. There we go. Yeah, sounds good from my side. Hopefully the stream has the same.
Yeah, let us know if we're too loud or too low volume. Cypher, thank you for having us. There's quite a lot of people in chat. That's awesome. Hello to all 300 of you.
Yeah, we just hit 300. Yeah, guys, we got Joe and Levo. As you might know from earlier, Joe is the GM of FishSoft, so he's the big boss. Levo, head of community management at FishSoft. So I guess community management, is it you giving us the fish? Is that part of your job, giving us the fish and deciding who gets what?
Levo, I think you need to. You can't hide any longer.
Yeah, it's me, guys. Sorry if I didn't manage to give everyone a nice trophy that they wanted, but I will try my best for the future.
The funny thing is, I actually got a couple of questions on that submitted. Can they give me the fish?
You wouldn't believe how many requests we got over the years. We should have started a counter early. But yeah, no, we
It
can't.
will be a lot, yeah.
Yes, once and for all, no, we can't. And even if we could, we wouldn't.
Yeah.
So if you're not getting a dream trophy fish, just blame Levo, guys, okay?
Okay.
Sounds fair. Yeah.
Just so you guys know, we're recording it and it goes up on the VOD. So yeah, we got it in. No, we got it on
Absolutely.
tape.
Yes. We are just joking, right?
Oh, are we?
Yes, we are joking, guys. Of course, it has nothing to do with us, and all the accounts are the same. Sometimes just people need to sit on the spot for a little longer, or maybe try different baits, and the trophy fish will come, the dream trophy fish.
Yeah, I think we all seen how it works, but I think it's frustrating. Like it gets frustrating at times when you have, especially new players coming to a spot and sitting there 5 minutes, they get the fish that you've been spending 100 hours on. But
yeah, absolutely.
End of the day, that's the charm of the game as well, though. So that's
not just of the game of fishing, right? It wouldn't be fishing if that wasn't the case. You would be there's something off here. This is just too easy. I'm not having a hard enough time.
Yep. It's like if we want to be guaranteed the fish that we're going for, Minecraft has a decent fishing for that. So no, it's
Fallout 76 is also releasing a pretty fun fishing add-on this month.
Oh, really?
That actually looks really good. I have to say, I was quite surprised because usually these add-ons are very basic, but some thought was put into this, so it looks cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. By the way, chat, since there's a lot of you here, you guys broke our Steam record again at the end of May. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much. I think it's especially noteworthy as 25 is one of the more spectacular years when it comes to game releases. I think we might have seen the Game of the Year already, for example. There was some pretty spectacular stuff in there. And just to see, that there's still enough room for us and that it's growing and that people are staying with us, that's tremendously motivating. So thank you, guys. Heartfelt thank you. It's fantastic.
I think it also shows that you guys are doing something right as far as it goes with the qualifications and also some of the new stuff that you're bringing in all the time. Every single time that there's something, we see people coming back, and we as streamers see that as well. Whenever there's something new coming out, the whole community explodes, and the challenge is really ties people together. We are cooperating in Discords, trying to share information on how to find the fish for the challenges. And even though it's a little bit of ranting because things are difficult, end of the day, it is bringing everyone together, and I've seen it in our in-game chat as well. It's been buzzing since you guys came out with the update, and I remember I pinged you guys as well that everyone was flocking back because there was new stuff coming in.
Yeah,
so,
it's just fantastic
that's
to see, and I can tell you that our developers are seeing that as well, and it's. If you work on something for such a long time, it must feel incredibly gratifying to see that people enjoy it. And well, thank you. But we can talk a bit more specifically maybe about the challenge system and also maybe the new card system, get a bit of your feedback, see what aspects you like, what aspects you might not be super crazy about. That could be interesting, for example.
Yeah, I think as far as the challenges, I've seen, from my perspective at least, I've seen two splits in the community. Some people don't want to spend time on it; they just want to fish and concentrate on their own stuff. But for a huge part of the game and player base, people are spending a lot of time on it. People actually do enjoy it, and it's a mad dash every time these things come out, trying to complete them. So. And especially for higher level players, there's not too much in there as far as the prices. Like, we don't need a box of chocolate and we don't need a box of lines, but it's the challenge. It's something to do in the game. It's kind of the quest that we were given, and it's something to complete. So I see people from early players, low level players, all the way up to high level players doing these and having fun with them.
That's really cool. I mean, the prizes are designed specifically in that way because we don't want to force you into participating in this, right? Or feeling like, oh shit, I'm missing out if I don't do this. So while the prizes at the end they can be a bit rather juicy and really cool.
Yep.
It's not we don't want to force you into a specific game style, right? But if you do enjoy this, and I agree, the coolest thing is probably seeing people solving these tasks together, right? Finding solutions together, and then everyone gets there. That's pretty cool to watch.
But again, this is a choice, right? If someone wants to skip them and just do their own thing, they're free to go do what they want. But also for players who want to achieve something, get this feeling of achievement, or maybe the special designed items that are coming every year, but they are different, and they like to collect them. There is something to do as well. Of course. We loving the feedback that you guys are happy with it, and a lot of players are coming back for the challenges into the game. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think overall the overall feedback that I'm getting on the challenges is positive. Of course, there are some people that feels that they are too challenging. They take a lot of time. And some people, of course, like you said, it should be something that people feel that they can do if they want and not being forced into. There's always completionists in a game, and some people always feel that, oh, there's something new, I need to complete them. And I think I fall under that category to some extent, but it's in a fun way. It's like it's not something that, given that we have 60 days on it, I don't feel that it's something that I need to sit down and spend too much time on. But of course, we've had folks that, like, I think it was last summer when we had the 7-year anniversary, people were struggling with the Atlantic salmon. And we had some people that got really frustrated with it at the end. But of course, when you start seeing that the timer goes down towards 0 days, of course. But it's a bit of the challenge as well.
It's a bit of challenge, yes. That's why, when we're designing these challenges, this task, we try to find this fine balance between a challenge, but also between like boring task or something. It's cool when you sometimes need to, like troll for 1 hour or something to get this Atlantic salmon, And I think for some players might be different with these different challenges. Myself, for example, the last 2 Atlantic salmon took me hours to achieve, but this time I was lucky, and after I think 10 or 15 minutes, I got the Atlantic salmon. So it's also happiness as well, because I was thinking, okay, it's gonna be hard again. It wasn't. So
of course, yep.
Different for everyone, right?
It is. And like I have on the ones that we have running right now, I'm struggling with the pike. I don't know how many hours I spent, but I can't find a pike of 10 kilos. 9.5, no problem. I've had a couple, but 10 kilos, no chance. So
okay, but you will get it. You
we got 45 days still, so it's like we have plenty of time.
Spectre says stop the night task. Well, we need to provide something for night fishing as well, right? Otherwise, we have these always this half-hour downtime for people where they need to do something completely different. So we're trying to balance it a bit to put the night challenges in as well.
But we also, guys, are taking your feedback from every series of the challenges on board, and we're trying to change them, maybe just achieve something for everyone, really. As I explained, we need some harder tasks. We also got some more open tasks as requested by you guys. So hopefully with time we can even improve more and more. So feedback, as always, appreciated, and it's great that you're spending time providing it. And also what I find out from myself, I hope you guys, players, will agree that when you high level, you're not visiting very often these low-level maps, and these challenges give you this opportunity to come back a bit in the memory line, right? That fishing for Oldburg, for example, for me, I wasn't there for months, and hey, I need to go, and I remember these good memories, when I was fighting like carps with very, very low level gear, and took me hours to land them and running around the lake. So I think it's fun opportunity for everyone, but of course for players who want to do it.
Yeah, I think on the challenges this time, I really like that there's some more challenging ones, because we saw, especially with the I think it was the New Year ones, a lot of folks were done within 4 to 5 days. A lot of people were already completed with them. So I think having some of those that are like stretched out a little bit, it keeps it alive a little bit longer. And I definitely see that in chat, and I also see that in Discord. There's still people going hard on these things and trying to complete them.
We are reading the chat, by the way. It's just that, you know, we I don't want to. I'm not sure if Cypher has specific questions planned, so I don't want to jump ahead too far.
Feel free to jump into them. We got a good list of questions submitted already. So we have a little bit from all the different flavors, I should say. But yeah, feel free to jump on those in chat as well. But we could go through some of those in chat, and I know one of those are from the emails, and one of those that are really coming back over and over again is, of course, you guys dropped a map or a picture a couple of weeks ago, and first thing I noticed is when I saved the picture, it says American Pond. But
yes,
that's pretty much what we have, and I've seen there's been some rumors circulating and stuff like that. But one of the things that a lot of folks have asked for is, of course, when.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we spoiled ourselves a bit again with this header. Our hope was that you would guess the water body from the fish species. We took that guessing work out a bit. But you guys are obviously on the right track. And since we have already posted the first teaser picture, usually that means that we are not that far from release.
Interesting.
So of course we're not gonna give you the date, guys, but as Joe said, you know, it's close. So keep watching the news, and you will find out.
Will we be getting a teaser like we did last time, where we had a trailer for it?
Or that's very possible, yes.
Very possible, okay.
Although I have to say that this time we are running out of time considerably with a lot of internal tasks and stuff. We will try, but I think you will, yes.
Oh, nice. There was also a question, will there be more map restrictions, or will it be open for people to fish with what they want and how they want?
Well, I don't want to give away too much yet.
Of course not.
We did talk a bit already about the fact that this will be a starter level water body, right? Because we want the entry for players. Maybe you know there's more interest in US players in this, for example. And if they enter the game fresh, we want them to have a chance to experience this type of content early on. So this will be. You could kind of look at it as a place where you get familiar with these fish species, very similar to Mosquito Lake, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Where you get your first experience, you run to your first fights, maybe that you cannot win, stuff like that, fine-tune your equipment. It's going to be about that. But also about, you know, there's a specific list of fish that almost every member of our team wants in the game, right? And wants to experience, like, fighting them in our gameplay framework with these physics and the realistic fish behavior. And some of the fish that have always been very high on that list will be in this update. So we are looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, very exciting, guys, for us as well when testing and designing the map. Because we want to experience something different. You know, if we are focused here, based in Europe on some fish species, we wanted to experience them, you know, in game as well. So that's the chance for us, but of course for you all to try different. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. Yeah, it's gonna be different.
Yep. There was also a question here about where in the States it will be located.
I think we're gonna let that be a surprise.
Okay, cool. Yep. Oh yeah, Greg
What
has
I can tell you is, although I think our 3D artists have been knocking it out of the park with the fish species anyways, I think these ones look particularly awesome. We looked at them I think last week, and every single species looks just amazing. So even that is something to look forward for, I think.
Very nice.
Okay, I got the question from chat from Greg 3000. Will the new fish will be introduced in old maps as well? For example, bullheads are spread all over Europe waters. At the moment, our idea is to introduce this new fish species on the new map. And as Joe mentioned before, this will be like a start. So some of these fish species we might see in the future, maybe with bigger sizes as well somewhere else. But at the start, we're gonna see them on the new water body.
Nice. I see Lockheed has a question here. Which dev accidentally put koi in mosquito?
I think it's less of an accident and more of a of an early teaser, maybe I would say.
Good point. Good point.
Very similar question we have with the golden tench before. So
Yep.
surprises.
Yep. Another one here is mosquito getting reworked. I guess you already knew that it's already a reworked map.
Yeah, we are happy with the state of that water body. There are other water bodies that need a rework more desperately, in our opinion. And one in particular will probably happen relatively soon.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Steelhead asked here as well. Sura is in dire need of a remake, and I think kind of maybe Tuba could need a facelift as well. Not necessarily so much on the functionality side, but maybe more on the graphic side.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Although that's a rather big map with a lot on it, and we are happy that it's running at all, on lower systems. So, but yeah, we will have a closer look, and surely some of them are beginning to show their age after 7 years, which is
I think Tuba especially after the competition that you guys have been running on Tuba, I think the map works extremely well. So I think if something should be done on that, it should have been more like cosmetics and maybe like travel-wise, not so much on the fish.
Well, that's a big internal discussion. You wouldn't believe how many times we discussed a small bridge over this or this one canal, and just so you can get to the big island. But it's everyone has their opinions.
Of course. But the map works really well, and we spent a lot of time on there, especially during the competition. So I think a lot of folks are really happy with that one. So,
but a few maps will do with small facelift and small changes, and that's in the works for the future as well. Okay. So again, not only new maps that are planned, but also some old maps might be upgraded, changed, facelift.
Yeah, nice.
Allow me a quick disclaimer, Cypher. These questions about administrative stuff, account questions, why didn't I get transferred, why was I blocked, and stuff like that. Please respect that we cannot discuss this on a stream because we don't want to do that in public. Contact us on our email addresses, and we will help you clear up any issues there.
Perfect. Yep. There's actually two other questions on maps that came in, and it's two people asking pretty much on the same thing. In regards to the Norway map was a huge success. That's I still think that's the biggest and best update that you guys ever did.
Agree. Yes.
But still, you guys are doing a lot of good things after that as well, but it's still, there's something special with that release. And the question has been, will we see any more ocean maps? Will we see more sea fishing? Is there anything in the works on that side?
I mean, it's safe to say that we also all fell in love with that map a bit on the development team. And I would be extremely surprised if we were done with that topic. Extremely surprised.
It's still like the map is, even now after, what is it, like almost 2 years, the map is just buzzing off. And of course it helps when you guys keep releasing new stuff. It's been gear releases, it's been more fishes. It keeps dragging us back to the map, and I think for most of us there's a lot of challenges left to be had on that map. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I mean, ocean fishing, of course, the possibilities are endless, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like sometimes this feels like being a child in a sweet store, right? And it's like, okay, I want this and this and this. And the dev team is like, yeah, but how are we supposed to do all that, guys? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, guys, there is a lot more plans for almost everything. So there is a lot of possibilities and a lot of new nice stuff you will see in the future.
And talking about those kind of things, I've noticed that the game is more and more stable. How are you guys doing on the back end? Like,
oh, don't jinx it, Cypher.
No. But all in all, like, even after you guys turned on the chat, which of course we've seen some issues still on the chat side of things. Not everyone is seeing catches and those kind of things, but I was kind of surprised. Yeah, we had some problems during the last update, and we had a bit more downtime than announced. But all in all, the server's been running great after. So how is it going with the backend stuff here?
It's going really well, and that's mostly contributed to our administrative head of administrative of server structure and everything, Alex, who I think is a genius, that man. And we needed to take some time to get these systems under control, chat first and foremost. But the way he did that now, and the stability that we were luckily able to test, because there were so many players at the end of May, and put a real stress test on it, and it worked wonderfully. So big shout out to our head dev, Alex.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised how little issues we had after that last update. Yeah, we were down and there was a couple of patches, but all in all, that was pretty impressive with all the new stuff and the amount of people that came in. So yeah, like I said, it was a good test.
Yes.
Yeah, we're very happy with it as well. So yeah.
I've heard some rumors about people saying that chats with over 150 people are having problems still with the chats. Do you guys know if there is any limits here? Is there anything that's like, if we go above X amount of people in chat, we're having more issues than others? Or
I've heard 300, but it might be a smaller number. I'm not 100% sure, but we are aware that they can become buggy once a certain number has passed.
Okay,
has been passed.
Yeah.
We're going to keep an eye on that, and work on it. Maybe even thinking of reworking this group chat system completely, but that's something that's a bit further in the future. But we are definitely looking at this. Yes.
Yeah, because we're seeing in the Vikings chat, we actually do not see, we don't see each other's catches. It's just random if we see one other person every now and then.
Yeah,
so
okay.
of course we see our own, but not each other's. So. But we can actually do some testing on that. I think we can slim down the chat a little bit and see if we can figure that one out.
Yeah.
There's also some utility stuff that came in. There was asked about the coffee and tea making. Basically, is there ever going to be something in the game as far as like bulk crafting? Because we see it with making coffee and tea, leveling some of these crafts, making bigger portions of ground baits and stuff. Will there ever be some sort of a function to do bulk crafting?
Well, let me give you a small peek behind the scenes. There is probably, like in any company, when it comes to decisions like this, there's two there's two tribes almost, right? There's the more like real life fishing guys who say, no, this is unrealistic, and this needs to be immersive. And then there's the more gamey people who say, yeah, well, but nobody enjoys crafting 150 coffee, right? So it's something that we are actually discussing. I cannot sadly give you a definite answer on that. I personally, gonna be honest, belong to the more gamey part, where I think we have enough deeply immersive systems in the game that we could get away with having some of them be a little less that. But of course, that this needs to be a group decision at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I do agree personally.
I'm in the middle, guys. I'm split because realistic feeling needs to be in the game, and of course, I know you guys want the bulk crafting and bulk sending and everything, but there's also like in life, Sometimes I, for example, hate shopping, but I need to go very so often,
Yeah.
So yeah, like with everything, if we hopefully able to find balance, that might be the best answer.
So
We will see.
at the end of the day, the best thing for the community is probably to try to think of a way to make those two things meet and submit it in as a yep.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
yes.
Use the suggestion box in the forum.
I saw a question about the competitions in the game competitions. Yes, in the future, we hope that we're gonna see some changes to the competition system, not only to the competition system, but maybe other tasks around it as well. Of course, there will be positive changes, but that's for the future as well. It's not finished. Same as Joe mentioned with the chat, this is not final product, guys. Hopefully in the future we will change it for better.
Nice. Will that also include like maybe merging the tournaments from the like the foreign tournaments and the in-game engine? Will that be brought together some, or?
I mean, potentially. That's definitely a goal. It's tricky because again, it puts pressure on data banks, right? And this external system is less so, but it causes other problems. So I think long term we are striving for this in-game solution, but of course without compromising the stability of the game, right? So this is one of the points where when it becomes possible, we will probably integrate it. By the way, I'm aware that some of these questions answers are not like super satisfying, but one of the issues we have is we don't want to give exclusive information to just one part of the community, right? And be sure that there's, for example, maybe some Chinese players watching here or Russian players watching here that do speak English, and they will, of course, talk to their communities as well. And we don't want it to feel like unfair, right? Like we are providing info here that other regions might not have gotten yet. So we're going to be a bit careful with that. And then instead talk about it once it's out and get your feedback on it.
Another one that I'm pretty sure you might have heard it once or twice before, auction house.
Yes, it's a definite no.
It's definitely no.
Yeah, it's a definite no. We looked at many other games. We looked at positive cases, negative cases, and what we found is the most positive outcome for something like this is that it creates a secondary economy in a game. And sometimes it even takes over. Some players start to play that game only for that secondary economy. That's something we don't want. And the worst possible of cases is that it's completely abused and destroys in-game balancing. So we do not see, at least with our colleagues, that anyone has found a solution to this that works. So for us, this is a hard no.
What about a like an in-game not a shared economy, but like a secondhand store or somewhere you can basically dump your old equipment that you want to get rid of. Sell it back to the game basically for a like trash price, if that makes sense.
Potentially, but it would have to be, like you said, a trash price.
Yeah.
And at that trash price, you're probably better off keeping that equipment because most of it you can still use, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's, for example, if you're going for Tench on Oldberg, there's absolutely no reason you bring your Vengers, right? It's just going to create extra cost because you don't need the power and they're more expensive to repair. So in these cases, just keep using the old equipment. It's still excellent for that, you know?
Yeah, for my part, I'm still using my old Sorrentos with the Lacerti, so yeah.
Right.
But this also goes into a secondary topic, which we come into with the rod blanks. Will there ever be a way to do something with things that are either broken or too damaged to use, or is that just scrap at that point?
Well, with the rods, again, the camp that is more about realism in our team says you cannot repair a rod once it's broken. You know, it's made from parts that cannot be mended.
Yep.
I think we will probably stick to this, that rods cannot be repaired. But on the other hand, we might give you more customization options for that. So that's a possibility, absolutely.
Let's see here. Trying to see if there's anything in chat that we were missing here. There's a few questions that came in as far as like information in the game. For instance, will it ever be put more information in the game as far as mechanism strength, hook strength, those kind of things? Will we see more of those details in the game? Because right now we have a lot of sources online. We have Kill the Jock spreadsheet, we have some Russian pages, and there's quite a few pages that have a lot of that info, but everything is like, something is probably mined from the file, some things is probably tested. Like, yeah, you guys probably know all about it, but
absolutely.
Yeah.
And to be perfectly honest with you, Cypher, at this point, from my perspective, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think it has become part of the fun to get these information elsewhere, right? And to figure this out yourself, compared to just us spilling it out. I think it's also an area where people can, get skill advantage. You know, if you're willing to dive deep into these communities, get access to all of that info and stuff, you will have an advantage and you will have earned it. And I kind of like that. So I don't want to destroy that completely. What I can imagine is more information and more feedback from the game about your history, right? Like a fish diary, for example, that also gives you information. Okay, what was the weather like when I caught this? What bait did I use? This type of feedback. I think that's something that would really benefit the game.
That was actually another question that came in, if it would be possible to get on the trophy screen, get more of the information that we now see on the new trophy cards or the new collectible cards, that we maybe have the player name, have some coordinates on there, get more details on the specific fish when we screenshot them, because it would also help when people are sharing information, because we rely heavily on things like Discords, we have VK, we have the other trophy pages popping up. And having a lot of that on the screenshots would actually make it a lot easier to share information. It might make it a little bit lower threshold for people to share intel.
I agree, and we saw with the cards now how cool this is, right? To have that info, and absolutely, 100% agree. Would be a tremendously helpful feature.
There's another question that I just saw roll past here on the maps. Things like taking notes or making like some sort of note system in the game, being able to mark things on the map, have waypoints, those kind of things. Is that something that you're looking at, or?
Yeah, I would put that in the same category, right? Better documentation would be my header for that category, where the game just it would ideally give you more feedback and a memory system. Okay, how did I actually catch this fish? Is this reproducible?
Yep.
Stuff like that, right? All the same category in my mind.
Yeah, I see. For my part, like I love all the statistics in game, being able to see like how much you walked. I'm like, I don't care, like how many fish you caught on different maps, the different, like the sizes, the biggest, the smallest, all that good stuff. But yeah. Let's see. There was also one on that I got here on baitfish, just to take that as well. More and more fish are being caught on baitfish. We're starting to see that people are using baitfish for pretty much everything, especially in challenges. So there was actually two things here. One, will there ever be something done to prolong the life of the baitfish? Because sometimes farming it and then using it, it's not always that easy. So maybe with like third-party stuff, either with like oxygen pumps for the tanks or having fish tanks we can put the fish in before we craft it, something like that. Is that something that might show up?
I can actually not talk about this.
Okay. Okay, moving along.
Yes.
The other question on that,
but it's a very good idea, Sci-Fi. It's indeed a very good idea.
So thanks to Greg for that one. The other question on the same thing is that we're starting to see, especially on Yama, we're getting a lot of small fish on bait fish. So quite often we start seeing that you might have a 50-gram bait fish on a 4.0 hook, and you end up getting a 40-gram rough on it. Is that intentional, or is it something that might be reworked?
Well, it is intentional to the degree that you have to have underwhelming catches every now and then.
Yep.
Otherwise, it becomes unbelievable.
Yep.
Right? And we all know what a 30-centimeter perch is capable of stealing in real life. So that this happens to a degree is planned. We don't want it to happen to the degree where it becomes overly frustrating.
Yep.
That doesn't only affect, for example, gold bait, but also the question, hey, if a player is fishing at 200-meter depth, right? Like, how many small fish should he really catch there and have to pump up from that depth, before this turns into a frustrating experience? These are, of course, things that we are discussing, but they're not easily changed, because this is one of the areas where a slight movement of the wheel might have massive impact on the overall game balancing, right? So yeah, we're analyzing that, and we're seeing if there's more room for optimization.
Yep.
And we did actually, with the last update, some of you might have noticed that there is one particular patch notes that that addresses that we do have some more systems for fish to act. Their behavior can be more detailed now.
That's
so
one line that no one knew what really meant.
Yes, and that is absolutely by design, because we want you to find out. But it might be worth trying stuff you haven't done in a while. It might be worth, casting a bit further or something like that. Try it out.
Try it out and see and share with everyone. That's the great way to success. Sharing between each other. Hey, I found out this. Oh, maybe this is something new. But as Joe mentioned, it's really worth trying things you didn't do long time, or maybe never tried before, and you might see some good results.
Nice. I picked up on one thing you said, and actually that makes a little bit of sense. You said you're surprised on what a 50-gram perch can do and what it can steal. Of course, the balance here will be, is it better to have a fish got away and your bait is gone, or getting that perch? So yeah. Kind of, because that's in real life, I know from using long lines, we come back and we have like 50% of the hooks are eaten clean. So of course, losing the live bait and not having a fish afterwards, or actually getting that small fish and knowing what took the bait.
I'd rather have the second. What about you?
I would too. At least knowing knowing that there was a fish that took it. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, yeah, as I said, this will look. We need to look at big amounts of data for this, right? Only with enough data we can make educated decisions about the balancing. Otherwise, we're making mistakes. And one mistake, for example, that we have done in the past is that we sometimes started too optimistic, or let's say too easy, right, on a water body. And then we notice when the data comes in, oh, this is not really how we intended it to be balanced. And then you have to nerf the water body. And that's something that we want to desperately avoid in the future because everyone hates that, right? Including us. So in the future, we would rather start a bit slow and then look at the data and move rates up instead of the opposite.
Yeah, I think that's it's a very good strategy, and I think Norway showed that really well. That the changes that happens after the fact can become very negative. I think everyone calmed down on Norway. It wasn't as bad as it seemed in the beginning, but like we always know when something is reduced, no matter what it is, it's going to be taken negative. So yeah,
absolutely.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm going to start the competition here in 30 seconds, by the way. So last chance for people to join in.
Okay.
Yeah, join
what
the
we have
competition.
tried real quick with Norway is instead of just nerfing one fish, logically replacing it by extending another population, right?
Yep.
So we noticed, okay, the halibuts it's just too much. You cannot, we don't want this water body to feel this specific way. And then we said, but we can pump up the cots, because that is what realistically you would get more on. More of in that area. So, that's our more current approach is to say, okay, let's not nerf it, let's move it, right? At least to a degree.
Yeah, and I think
Yes.
I think the changes that were made were logical. But of course, we heard in the aftermath a lot of folks were like, "Where's all the halibut?" And they wanted to fill their net with halibut, but it's also the same peoples that later got upset when they kept getting the halibut because now they gotten away for other fish. So, but it just shows that any changes are normally seen as bad changes. So
absolutely,
unless you
that's fine.
Unless you get more of something. So I think your strategy on that and starting out a little bit slower and increasing populations is actually better. So.
Yeah, and I would rather have like 100 people say I hate this, and then like 6 months later tell me, oh, it wasn't that bad, than nobody caring.
Yeah. The changes that we've seen, and I think actually every single update since Norway have just brought the game up and up. With all the additions of fish for different maps, the gear additions we've had, and of course the qualifications. We see what that does with the community whenever they drop, player number goes up as well. So that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much. That it's good to hear.
So I have there is 2 other like small things that came in here. For player-owned houses, will it be possible for players to select which house they want to visit? So if someone owns all 3 houses, you can have all 3 on your profile, and people can choose which one they want to visit. I know a lot of folks are running out of room on their walls, and being able to only showcase one of the houses kind of limits the amount of fish you can put on the wall, and it will increase the number of fish you can have displayed if you can show all 3 houses. That's something that might be added in.
Sorry. Potentially. I think we didn't think this completely through in the beginning when we only had one house, right? Yeah. But yeah, we noticed exactly what you just described, and if it's technically possible, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do that in the near future.
Because I see me included, like start running out for especially spaces for smaller fish. So, and of course, then I will either be bigger houses or or just like jam pack them more than they are. So displaying
Yeah.
all the houses also gives a reason to buy all houses. So,
Absolutely. I mean, also, if you guys in chat, if you have good ideas how to implement like bigger houses or in general bigger more possibilities to display fish without making it completely like immersion breaking, feel free to send those, because yeah, we notice. I mean, some people have hundreds of fish that they would like to display, right? And we don't have a solution for that yet. But you know, maybe we will find one with your help.
nice.
Yeah, it would be great, guys, if you can provide some ideas as well.
Yep.
And especially longer players know that some of the ideas from the players were exactly taken and implemented in the game. So who knows, maybe your idea or maybe group idea that you guys provide will find the place in the game.
Very nice.
Ah,
So yeah,
guys, one more
usually,
thing, because we got this special stream today. We want to throw some special rewards as well. So first trophy on the chat, in the game competition, we're gonna get 10,000 silver.
wow.
So it's really worth it. Go for this, boys. We need a trophy brim.
Very nice. Very nice. That's one expensive fish.
Indeed. That's, by the way, also something I like about the design of the card system. It offers something for the collector people, right? Who enjoy this, or people who need a few more skill points. But you can also completely ignore it and just, you know, take it as a bit of extra cash. And I think that's good game design, right? When the choice is completely up to you, and either way you're going to benefit. And I think that's something we're going for more and more, and we want to go for more.
Yeah,
And I already saw some question on the forum, so may I just explain quickly, guys? The card system just started, as you all know, in the last update, but it's not finished yet. We will expand on it in the future. So if you worried that you find a card that is not making to the decks, there is no place in the decks for it. Of course, it is your choice if you want to sell it for silver or keep it. But don't worry, in the future there will be more decks, and whole system we want to expand.
nice. I think
Somebody asked in the chat if we could do like an what was it, a quarterly Q&A like this. I am absolutely open for that. Whenever you will have us, basically, Cypher, we are willing to jump on. Maybe once the new water body hits, we could do another stream, talk about some of the new stuff there, if you're interested.
That would be
and
very nice.
Also, I know that our colleague Toby, a couple of weeks ago, with two of the German streamers, they did a specific stream just about Zikrig, was it, right, Levo?
Yep. Yes, Zikrig.
Exactly. And if that's interesting for you guys, for example, if you say, hey, there's a topic where we got so many questions that it would make sense to have a dedicated stream about that. Toby already said that he's open to that, so that's also a possibility.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And actually, we do have a couple of questions on the Sigrig and the temperature system. So I think that would be very good. And as for my part, we love these streams, so you're always welcome to jump in with us, guys. And
yeah, awesome, same.
So the last one was a success as well. So.
Yeah, maybe this is a really good idea, Cypher. That next one may be a bit shorter, about special session about Zikrig and water temperature. We will invite Toby, who will answer all of your questions, guys.
Very nice. That was also one of the questions, like when we walk into the Zikrig discussion, the whole temperature rework that was done for the 3 maps. Is that pretty much final, or are you guys planning to do more on that whole system?
I could imagine that we extend on that, because it's beginning to work more and more. I feel like players are trying to get it, and they try to find ways to make it beneficial for them. I think maybe we wait a bit longer until like most players have a good understanding of how these systems work, and then extend it. Could be a possibility.
As far
Because
as
in general, it makes sense, right, to have that system.
And also, that's why you guys sometimes wonder why we not provide explanations, examples, a lot of data about the new rigs or new systems in game. This is just a simple answer because we want you guys to experience it, to find out, to learn, to communicate between each other, to share experiences. And after this, let's say, new system is in place, after some time, of course, we will help you guys out and answer all the questions. But first, our idea is for you guys to discover it, because there's no better feeling than discovering yourself, catching the first trophy on Zig, thinking, okay, oh, I got it. You know, after months, I finally understand how this is work. So yeah, that's the basic answer. This is not like mystery or we don't want you guys to succeed. No, there's the other way around. But also we want you to do it yourself as the community.
With the whole
Vanta is reminded of his school days by this logic. Well, to be fair though, Vanta, our goal is for you to have fun. School's goal, hopefully, is a different one.
Yeah. As far as the temperatures, will we see anything like seasons come into the game? And maybe that the temperatures follow the seasons a bit more?
I would absolutely love to see that. I have never made a secret out of that. It would be a fantastic system. It is also a very complicated system, adding seasons.
Yeah.
I just some private info. I'm like sometimes hobby-wise, I'm into modding games, right? And one of the most complicated mods I have ever installed is like called Seasons of Skyrim or something that implements a season system into a 20-year-old game. And it is complicated. You know, every texture needs to be reworked, every single aspect of the game. It is such a deep system that it affects almost all other systems in the game. And whenever that happens, that is bug heaven. You know, that's where you create the really, really bad new bugs. So I hope it would be the coolest thing ever, but I don't know.
And someone just put it in a winter map, and that's something I would go
Mark
back behind as well. Yeah.
yeah, but I think it's separate from the seasons questions, because this winter map is coming almost every time during Christmas. Why we don't have a winter map? And listen, guys. Maybe in the future there is a possibility for it, but we just don't want you guys to have a normal lake with the winter scenery without having something new there as well. So that will come with the new mechanics and everything. So this will probably require, not probably, but we require a lot of attention. So at the moment, we're not saying no, but that's maybe for the future. There is other stuff that need to take priority. But yeah, regarding this winter map, as I said, there are a lot of questions, a lot of inquiries, and of course we're seeing that, and that needs further discussions in our team as well. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, that seeing winter fishing, ice fishing, or something like that come into the game would have been amazing. But yeah,
or just imagine like even having to change your equipment depending on on the time of year a bit. You need to bring warm clothes and stuff, and all of that. So it would feel like different, although you're visiting a familiar place. So it could be incredibly cool, definitely.
Yeah. That's something I've seen rolled past in chat quite a few times here as well. Will there be more customization for gear, clothing, equipment in general, like change textures on rods and those kind of things? Is that something that you guys have been thinking about?
Almost definitely, yes.
Yep.
We have started it a bit very carefully because we don't want this sort of where we don't like this aggressive monetization concepts in other games, right? Where it becomes more about this stuff than the actual equipment.
Yep.
So we're going to try to do it carefully and just see what the feedback is on stuff like this, and then see how we can expand more and more.
Yeah, perfect. I've seen we've seen some of the games out there have gone overboard with with the cosmetic things. So yeah, it can go both ways.
Of course. I mean, and look, it's a bit of a trap for developers because these systems tend to bring in decent money, and whenever you have a system like that in your game, I know this is talking behind the scenes, but this might be interesting for you guys as well. Then you are even more tempted to expand on this system, right?
Yeah.
And well, you better be careful with this, because if you don't, be careful, all of a sudden these systems take over your game.
Well, yes.
That's not something we want.
Yeah. Yes, of course, it's the balance with everything that you introduce. So.
Yeah.
Another one that I
guys,
saw
do you know what? We don't have a trophy yet. Come on.
That's surprising, being a Dream Comp and first night is almost over.
Yes.
We
I'm
had a
surprised.
4.348.
Yes, so close.
Ooh.
Oof, I hope we will be able to give this prize.
We still have, let's see, we still have 30 in-game hours on this one, so there's still time.
Well, if everyone fails, you can be still best in failure, and I would say then we just give it to the person who caught the biggest one.
Basically the winner.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so be it.
First trophy might actually be the winner as well, so that will be on top of the other prizes. So
that's right.
Yeah, a lot.
Another question that came in here on, and this is kind of following a little bit of what you guys introduced on Norway. Like on Norway, we have the submarine that we can call if we have premium. Will we ever see something in the game that will allow us to browse the tackle store or all the stores while we're out fishing?
Yeah, potentially. I think we would want to find an equal, I don't want to say a realistic solution, but at least a fun one, right? At least some.
Even if it's not because from my perspective, even if it's not the possibility to purchase something, being allowed to at least browse it, having a PDA where I can at least look at the things, because what we've seen, and I actually did this for Norway, I made a program on my PC with a lot of screenshots. I actually brought up the tackle store on stream. Just because there was always so many questions about gear and what people should buy, comparing the different things, and it makes it a little bit difficult, especially for us on stream, to sit there and talk about it, because we have to keep running back to the tackle store to find details on it.
I agree.
So even if it's not purchased, of course, a drone would be possible, but even if it's just a catalog, that's something that would be really nice to have.
I mean, even an additional app to the game could be interesting. I know that for most games, these additional apps that you put on your phone are bullshit, right? They're gimmicky or something. But in this game, it could actually make sense, because there is some information that you would want in that way. So I don't know. Possibilities are there, definitely.
Oh, we got TLG Timmy with the first trophy.
Nice.
Nice, Timmy.
Very nice. Congrats. Okay, I got the screenshot on that, so I'll send you I'll send you the name afterwards.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
Teleportation back to the stores, by the way, our game director hates that concept. I will call him out here. So if you don't like that, it's all Yuri's fault. And please, if you want to protest that, use the name Yuri specifically. No, I'm just kidding. But he doesn't like that idea. I'm gonna be honest.
Or in one sense, teleporting back to store will, of course, it will stop people from relogging. But I see the thought behind it. It kind of breaks the immersion a little bit. But of course, we're doing the same thing with just relogging. But at least it's not a feature in the game. So I'm a bit torn on that functionality myself. The same thing with relogging and showing up where you were, if you know what I mean. Like that. That's two features that I'm not really sure how I would like to see them implemented.
I see the merit in both. I also see the appeal in driving home from your fishing session, with a full net, going back to shore. That there's something nice about that. I don't know. I see all the points. I think this is one where there's no simple correct answer.
Lockheed actually has a good point here. I agree with him. I like the ferry that we have here on Volkhov, because it actually makes sense, and it's actually one thing that I would like to see on let's say Tuba, because on Tuba we have the landing base, but then you also have the fish market that's on the boat. That's a perfect place where you could have a ferry in between.
I agree.
I wouldn't mind even if that cost a few silver. That way, like, you can't jump there endlessly without it costing you something, because you will bypass the boat ticket. So I like that system. Even if it's instant, it's kind of like there is a story behind it. You are taking the boat.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I agree. It's the difference between just fast traveling in a game or taking a carriage, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And fast traveling, if you just click on the map and you're there, that's a bit too magic. But if there's a story behind it, you kind of have that in your back of your head. So that's definitely one thing that I wouldn't mind seeing.
Yeah, good point. Okay, we set a limit for ourselves because we both have some family stuff today, and they will get angry. We're running close, but we would really, I mean, Cypher, if you're open to that, we would come back when the update drops and talk about specifics, and maybe even go into more detail. If
of course, most definitely. That's we love these sessions, so very much interested in that.
Fantastic. Well, okay then. Thank you very much for, what is it now, 300 plus viewers for this entire stream, almost 400. This was awesome. Fantastic. Yep. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your questions, and a bit more patience, and then we hopefully have something new to talk about.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thanks, Cypher, for having us again. And take care, guys. Have an amazing Sunday, rest of your Sunday, and speak to you all soon.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining in. That's it's awesome to have you guys here.
All right.
Have a wonderful day. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let me just do this. There we go. All right. All your questions asked and answered. I think we covered most of the questions that came in ahead of time as well. I know there's we didn't go into details on the SIG rig, but we're gonna take them up on their take up RF4 on the specialized stream on and dive into those things. There wasn't a date put for the map, but they are saying that we are close. So not really sure what that means, but it shouldn't be too long. Close indeed. And yeah, massive thanks to Joe and Levo for letting us do this. That's amazing. So very much appreciate that. So let's get some audio in the background here while we're done with the Q&A. Actually, yes, I can do that. Close 6 months. I don't think we're looking at that far. Any idea what kind of maps? All we know for sure is it's going to be a lower level map. They are putting it next to, like, what they're saying, it's going to be something similar as Mosquito, kind of like an introductionary map. Not necessarily level 1, but it's going to be like an introductionary type thing into that kind of fishing. 4th of July would make sense. That's maybe. Yes, I will put up the VOD for this, and I will also put it on YouTube. So YouTube might be your better bet, because the VODs do disappear. Couple of months. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Not sure if it makes sense July, but yeah. New map will drop before GTA 6. I think a lot of stuff will drop before GTA 6. To be honest, I think a lot of stuff will drop over that. But yeah, let's take a look at how we're doing with the competition here. So Timmy on first with the trophy, 4467. Steve Slurs on second, Galv on third, Dexter down on fourth, Deku Panda on fifth, Greg on sixth, Dolly on seventh, Dudu Bali, Dudu Braille on 8, Gasha on 9th, Saturp on 10th, Bedouin Hodder on 11th, Akos on 12, Onyx on 13, Cubat on 14, and the Hyena on 15. Decrease and increase are basically a little bit randomized still. We've had weeks without change, and then all of a sudden it changes rapidly. So not fully figured it out. So you will die with your 10 million jump. Enjoy the Q&A. It was a good one. Yeah, I think this was good. Hopefully you guys are happy with it. Guys, feel free to give me feedback on the Q&A if you think we should do things differently next time. Like we had the link up for about a week for people to submit questions, and I think we went through pretty much everything. Like I said, there was a couple of questions that I didn't go into on the SIG rig because of the way that it was taken. So we'll move those over to the next one. I'll keep those on the pad. But yeah, any feedback, guys, feel free to pop me a message in Discord or use the RF4 help page. Someday you can get answers on Spirulina on spin fishing. Let me see. I didn't catch all the questions in chat. It goes a million miles an hour when we're doing this thing, so it's difficult to catch all the questions. That's also why we ask people to submit ahead of time. Let me see. But yeah, it's something we definitely can look at. Let's see. It was still catching. We still haven't gotten a 2.5 kilo. Am I not gonna get that qualification today? Let's see. Basically, you can't use 3 spirulinos as much. Oh, just fish got away from the. Oh, that sounds like a bug actually. Have you tried submitting that as a bug report? How to find bottom types. Bottom types, you can use the marker rod to figure out what bottom conditions you have. Timmy, I'm gonna submit a message to Joe afterwards. So you'll get that just injected to your account. Also, guys, we are building the map page. So RF4 help will kind of like do the same as the interactive map did. We are still working on it. The clip system should be in there not too long. I've said that before, but yeah, we are working on the clip system. We also have a few other features that are in the works. So just stay tuned for it. Right now, you can plot coordinates. We got a lot more planned for that one. So. And also the last update have a little bit of the info on it for leveling ground baits and stuff like that. So there'll be much more information popping up to that page. Anyone seen a fish take off on the float? I yeeted one fish off the map on Mosquito. If you have one float and you're using topwater lure, if you don't put down the spinning rod before taking the float out of the water, if you basically hold the spinning rod and you immediately pick up the float rod, you will yeet the fish out of the map. So yeah, I've seen that. There is some things that happen every now and then. If the line is set in like a specific way, you can actually eat the fish. Also, if you're using the stand, you will immediately jump back like a half a meter when you pick up the rod. That will potentially fling the fish out of the water or rip off the line. So using the stand might be dangerous, especially on low leaders. You might be careful with the stand. Is it possible to make coordinates on the map just by hovering on the map instead of clicking on it? Basically showing the coordinates on the side of the screen, underneath the box where you type the coordinates, you will actually see the coordinates as you move the mouse. So it does display, but it's not on the map itself, but it shows on the side of the screen. But yeah, any suggestions? Use the feedback feature on the page if you have any like changes or anything that you would like to see. Any ideas for the page, guys? Feel free to use the feedback feature. What should I do with that? Send it to someone. It's gonna be in the game, like passing around egg dough. Yeah, just send it to someone. I think I got a few myself. People think it's funny, so I'm at 431 now. Does soon mean a month or a year? My best guess is that we will see the map within. It's difficult to say with the summer hitting, but I would say that we probably would see the map within 3 months. That's just my guess. Yeah, all I need is the I need the 2.5 kilo from here. I need it for the challenges. And the sad part is I'm not getting it. It's it's very difficult to say because we've had like, if you asked me a year ago, I would have had like more definitive answer, because normally we saw a pattern when they dropped the first screenshot. We saw that, okay, when isn't this long until next teaser, that being a video or another screenshot, and then we got the release. But after some of the some of the updates that we've had and some of the things that have been happening, we noticed that it shifts. It can take a little bit longer because of holidays and all that stuff, but it could also go faster if they want to speed it up. We don't really know what the states on the back end is anymore, because in the past it was more predictable. Now it's a little bit less so. All we know is that they don't release something until they feel that they are ready. So and this is also why they don't give us the date. If something happens and they get delayed, they don't have a date out there that they need to focus on. So they might have actually planned to release this in a week, but it could also be a month, it could be a year, we don't know. But if something happens, they can always push that. That's the main thing. Think a Chinese map is inevitable? I don't know if what's on the pad. Normally, we never hear anything about what they have in the works. All they've said is that they've already walked outside of Russia as far as the water bodies. They did that with Norway, and they also said in the past that that was just the start of it. So and they see that again now with American map. Copper took really long after the first announcement. I think it wasn't that long. Norway was actually worse, but I think they've said it before that they got delayed, but I think the release of Norway was actually scheduled for around Christmas time, but we ended up getting it around May. So that's a classic example of, like, they dropped the teaser, they dropped the video, and then after a while everything got quiet, and it took a while before we got it. So Norway was kind of the extreme one. But I think that's when they ran into a lot of the problems. Asking the Chinese Q&A. Usually around 2 weeks notice. I think normally we got the teaser, and then we got another one within 3 weeks, and then we had the release within like 2-3 weeks after that one. So like a month and a half normally. It's exciting. I never experienced the release of a new map. The map releases in this game is actually very interesting. Gonna say as well, they might be extremely frustrating though, because with the release of a map, there's new gears most of the time, and the gear gets sold out very fast. So you jump like map to map trying to get the gear and trying to get the stuff that you want. So I'm not sure if they're doing something to mitigate that on this one. I forgot to ask about that. It's something I'm gonna try to ask them on the side. Maps getting more complex though. Yeah, they are. The new maps they've been extreme. Like Norway was just nuts. That's all we can say. Norway was nuts. Copper was good as well. But yeah, it's in the shadow of Norway still. Banana Diff 2.0. My bananas. I was trying to prove a point. That was like that was my banana PVA for that time. Headset died. Whoops. That's not good. We need to do hand signals to Riz. Any thoughts on adding Indonesia as far as maps? I think anything that they add that's out of the existing water bodies is awesome. So anything that we get that's new outside of the Russia system, basically, where like we have a lot of maps are very much the same. So anything that breaks that and goes out of it, even Copper was nice because it kind of broke a little bit of the species. We had a like full new species system in there, and I also think that the gear changes that we saw was very interesting. I know some people feel it's frustrating, but I really like the fact that we are limited on gear. You have a different set of gear that you use going for that map versus Amber, for say. Spin fishing needs some buff too. Yeah. There's a lot of the older system that could definitely there's a lot of the older systems that could be reworked a little bit, and that's something that they also touched on briefly on the Q&A here, that there's certain things that they should rework. They'll be adding bourbon to the grocery store. That would be nice. More stuff we can buy. I was hoping for a higher level map. We had Copper recently. It feels like there's no need for another low level map. In a sense, I agree, but here's the problem with this, and this is kind of something we've been discussing, especially before Copper came out. A high level map used to be level 28. Like Tuba was a high level map. Anything above 28, I was kind of like, yeah, that's a high level map. And you have to consider, like, when we look at it, our highest level map is level 34, and it goes down. So anything above Tuba is still considered a high level map. But the player base kind of skyrockets now past level 40. So I agree, it would be nice to start seeing maps that goes a little bit higher, but they also want to make sure that everyone, like, and I'm saying everyone lightly. I'm not saying that everyone that logs in from level 1, but the majority of the player base should be able to play the maps. And I don't think it's only the level that it takes to get to the map. It's also the challenges and what you can do on the map. I think what would be nice is to have a higher level map, as far as, like, yes, you can get there as a level, say level 20, but there is something from level 20 players and all the way up to level 45, 50 players, where you have, like, yes, you come there with small gear and you're a low level player. If you stay in your area, you should be fairly safe, kind of like Norway. But if you go to the deeper areas or to the specific areas, now you can get in trouble. And we have low-level players, I'm saying that lightly as well. We have level 34 players jumping straight to the 120 on Norway. Most of the time, they're doing good. But all of a sudden, they're not doing good anymore, and they hook a basking or another shark, right? So I think that's something that... it might be what they're playing with. I don't know, because we don't know enough about the map, though. But yeah. We need level 50 maps. We worked hard. Not sure how that would play out in the game, though. This game doesn't need low level maps, especially since power leveling is the thing. Yeah, true in a way. you're level 41 and never been to the 120. Yeah, we've had a few people that don't have gear for it. They go there with the freaking starter gear and just have at it. 34 health to a run would be awesome. Yeah. It's like the basking that's hanging on my house, that was on a 60 kilo setup. Yeah, I was on a Goliath, so we had plenty of line, but still it was a 60 kilo setup. So, and we were fishing for mackerel. So yeah, you can get in trouble like that. It took on, what the hell did it take on? Was that on? I think it was on a yellow foam. Wait. It doesn't say what I caught it on? I was sure it did. Okay, I need to go back in my notes though, because I think it was yellow foam, by the way. But yeah, anyway. I'm surprised that it didn't say. I'd be happy with Prison Pawn. It's the level 50 map. Indeed. Oh, that should be the Lockheed. That should be the you should get one free trip to the Prison Pawn at level 50. That would be fun. That's something for April Fool's Day. Level 50 players log in and end up in Prison Pawn. Oh, I need to stop saying things like that out loud. I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't think that was most risky. My most risky is actually the beluga. $500 kilo brisk buffer level 50. Holy shit, there wouldn't be a level 50 player left in the game afterwards. Any thoughts on the rod stands in the seaboat? I don't think that we will ever see that. And it's something I would love to ask them about, actually. So I should have taken down more of my own questions. April Fool's Day, everyone is on Prison Pond. I actually said they should introduce the old cottage pond for April Fool's Day and have baby belugas, and you have to catch one fish before you get like sent off. You get a small plaque on your wall or something. Most risky catch was a 122 Chinook on 8 kiloliter. Actually, last year I changed my most risky catch multiple times. It used to be my beluga, actually, the 177 beluga. It was yellow foam, but it was at least yellow. Yeah. Need a troll map like that for small challenges? Yeah, I think Cottage Pond would be great for that. I think actually it would be good for a seasonal thing as well, like with ice fishing or something. But again, it goes into the whole conversation we had in the Q&A. So most risk was 26 Tayman on 6.2 liter. Took you like 1 hour and 30 minutes. Damn. That's a good one. 5.23 chub. That's a level 42 still. Yep. USA weekly. $92. Oh, UL. Ouch. Damn. 33. That's a good one. That was a painful hour, yeah. What the hell did I have on stream the other week? We cast it out with 9 kiloliter, and I was fighting in Baltic as well. Can't remember which one it was. Oh yeah, bait harvesting frogs on Cottage Pond, very much fun. We had a lot of comps over there. $12 kilo Atlantic salmon on 5 kilo line. Jesus. $20 kilo Baltic to go 30 minutes on the other week. Yeah, it's painful when you hook the big ones. Oh yeah, they've been over 100 kilo on UL. Yeah, that's I've seen every now and then. It's you can just feel the pain, right? You can just feel that fight. The most risky catch, 24.8 black carp. Took you a few times around Oldberg, yeah. And that's the thing, like, that's the thrill we need to get back into the game. Running around Oldberg with underpowered gear. That's there was something special with that. You went there for something completely different, and then you ended up running around. 42 catfish on 5 line, most risky. Damn. Oof. But this is a little bit of what Joe and Levo was talking about in the previous time we sat down with them. The game is about these tales. Like, we all have the stories of what we've done, and we kind of talk about this game as if it was real life fishing as well. Got food? Well, look. All right, enjoy your food. You should share with the rest of us, but sure, enjoy it. The Oldberg Marathon was like a rite of passage for new players. Yeah, and I think I fear that a lot of the, especially Norway fishing, has and the trips that you can jump out, kind of taken away a little bit of that from the game. But still, like, people keep getting these. People keep like developing these stories of what they've done, the accomplishments, or just craziness. Didn't go to Oldberg till you were level 30. Exactly. And back in the days, you had to go through the paces. You had to go like Mosquito, you went to Winding, you went to Oldberg. From Oldberg, it was kind of like some people went Belaya, some people went Oldberg. It kind of like some people didn't like the bottom fishing, some people hated Belaya, so it went either way. But the goal was basically get to Volkhov. That's when the game starts. Now I see a lot of folks, they start with Mosquito, they go to Winding, they might go to Belaya, and then they're like, oh, you know what? I can do Premium and I can jump straight to Norway, and then we'll be level 30 afterwards. I went Premium on Oldberg to Premium on Volkhov to Premium on Tuba. Yeah, we did a lot of Mosquito. That was before the rework. A little bit of Winding. Grind us up to Brabant on Oldberg, and I kind of jumped over Belaya and went straight to Quarry. Bear Lake was not good at the time, so we kind of like skipped that, and then we ended up at Volkhov eventually, and we started trolling. So we trolled the crap out of Volkhov until we could get to Tuba, where we went crazy with the Eastern Brim. So that was kind of like the progression, and yeah, we were grinding the crap out of this game. Volkhov spinning for trophies is bad though. Yeah, it used to be very good. We did troll a lot, but this map we've kind of turned our back to it. This week though, I did the wobbler thing, topwater lure challenge, and it wasn't bad. Hooked a really decent salmon right here, and I had a couple of the Doga salmons down here. So when it's active, it's still fun, but we tend to walk away from it. I think, Arius, I think the power leveling kind of was not intended, but it just came in with the idea of, I think they were afraid of releasing a higher level map as big as Norway, and it is actually a pretty daunting task to level up to 34, so I think it was like accidental. And it's one of those that, okay, we introduced this, it's very difficult to undo what you did. I think we are at that stage, but that's me guesstimating, though. Nikki, that's 100% true. People have seen that, okay, you can buy unlimited access to the map, or you can do the free trips. Whoa, that was a decent... that was actually a decent blue brim. I was a bit fast on dismissing it because it saw looked small. 469. But I think the fact that people can buy the tickets, like 3 trips, 15 hours, for like just 3 goals or less than that. We did we did this like 3 stream thing with power leveling. So between Copper and Norway, you can actually jump quite a bit. And you're not far off being able to go to Norway after you've done that. So with a little bit of premium, a little bit of gold, you were there. So it's a bit unfortunate, but it's very difficult to undo. Excuse me. Yeah, level 40 players haven't even been to 0. Like, you have people with less than like 1,500 hours that are now like past level 40. That was unheard of. So you can power level very quickly, and also the amount of XP you get of sitting of Copper. If you go for a koi, back in the days, getting like 2-3 million XP in happy hour, that was like unheard of. Now you can do that. But yeah, also like I said, Volkhov has changed quite a bit. A lot of maps have changed. Good old days when you grind a silver to get 3 for 2 and other nations views. Yep. Indeed. Capital lures. Still need the Asp and the Laduga salmons. Damn. Yep. I think Norway trip should be from level 20. Yeah, I agree on that. They should probably, Norway and Copper should be moved to level 20. I've actually said before, I think that should be like 10 levels. So if you're level 24, you can go to Norway. If you're level 19, you can go to Copper. So you have to be like within 10 levels before you can do the trips. For Tuba was released, 0 was the pinnacle map for fishing for sturgeons. Yep. Volkhov has actually had a couple of times now where it's been very good for trolling, but I think a lot of folks have kind of like written off the map. So even when it's active, people say F it. So, but yeah, it's not where it used to be. Seversky could be lowered. Yes, I agree that it's such a diverse map. It would be very nice for lower level players. Maybe put it down with Quarry or Bear Lake. FGA is kind of random. I've had weeks without getting a single fish got away, and then all of a sudden you get 5 in a row. But there's a few things you can mitigate it. Like you can reduce the chances of fish got away. There's certain things that like Don't lift your rod and let it down, like causing slack on the line. Stay away from your keyboard. That's not, I'm not joking. I see so many people having big fish and they start typing and like want to tell the world about it. And so many people send me messages or send me screenshots with text on it and whatnot. And then 2 minutes later, they send me a picture of fish got away. So if you're fighting big fish, stay away from the keyboard. Just fight the fish. Stay out of your messages. If you need to type something, I tend to like bring up my phone and type to someone in Discord just from my phone instead of anything else. Stay out of the red on the reel. Don't speed reel. Be careful when you're moving around. Running and causing slack on the line is easy to cause fish cut away. Those kind of things, especially pike. If you stress the fish too much, it's a higher chance for it to bite you off. So those kind of things is kind of important to remember on that. We forgot about Sturge on Seversky. They tried to force Sturge on Seversky in a bit, both that and Sura, because there was a Sturge comp going from Seversky, Sura, and Tuba. But it wasn't a huge success. Better doing that and losing fish. Yep. I always try to save people in chat when they start typing, "Oh, big fish on," and it isn't this far out. I'm like, this is the best way for you to lose your fish, you know, right? So yeah. So rescue with bear leg, which sounds great. It would also create the same kind of matchup that you have between Belaya and Oldberg, because it will allow people to choose, because Bear Lake is only bottom fishing for carps. It will put another map of this, like of a different type next to it, and it will be before you get to Volkhov. Volkhov is kind of when things open up, so I think that could have been a good match. But that's I don't know what the full thought process and idea behind the choices that they've done. So I don't really know what the background is for putting it at the levels that they are. So setting the hook is something that people are split on. I like to think that it works, and like from my experience, I think it works. I've also had a lot of folks come in here and say it's just bullcrap. But that's the thing with the game. Everyone have different perceptions of how the game works. A lot of the mechanics is something we have to figure out ourselves. And the best you can do is ask people, take their input, and then take that into account when you like see for yourself. But yeah, my opinion is setting the hook is important. It will help you to have the fish on. Sometimes setting the hook actually rips it out of its mouth. Same thing as it happens in real life. But I have way less fish got away when I'm setting the hook. So from my perspective, like from my experience, setting the hook is important. And hardly anything is measurable. It's based on your own experience, and it's based on your own perceptions on things. And the thing is, you will, if you're in my stream, you'll always notice I'm saying, in my opinion, my thought around it is this. This is my, like, this is what I do. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, and I'm not saying that's the only way to go. I just, this is all I can do is talk from my experience, and I listen to the community as well. Some people have changed my views on things when like they explain, hey, this is how we see it. You go back and relook at it and like, okay, that's actually makes sense. But I will always just give my opinion, my experience in the game, and that's all I can do. But by no means, it's like, it's not my way or the highway. That's not how it goes. Actually, perfect. I don't know 100% if it has an effect when you don't get the animation. So setting the hook on the red bar, you will not see the animation. So in my head, it doesn't work. So I always lower it to set the hook. But that is just how my brain works, that it doesn't show anything. So that's why I don't think it works. but I've never been able to confirm it. Hey, Spirit Mark. Good afternoon. How you doing? Also, in RL fishing, you change hook to regular, you should do the same in game. Exactly. Like a lot of the same mechanics that you do in game, like in real life, you should do in game. But it's like if you go out fishing and you sit there for 15 minutes and you're not catching anything, you're changing your hook. But if you're sitting there and you're catching fish left, right, and center, you don't change anything. That's kind of just, yeah. And sometimes me and Alexis, my better half, we're standing next to each other, we're fishing the same spot, we have the same gear, and we got the same setups, both in real life and in the game, put it that way. One of us might be getting fish, the other one nothing. This happens in real life, and this also happens in the game. So if you're not catching and someone else is, change something up. It could be the way that you reel in, it might be the technique, it might be even change the lure. So it's just how it is. And a lot of it is RNG. Fabio Monsera for the challenge. Yeah, I might have to do that because looking at this, let's see. Still only one trophy. So Jimmy first still, Steve Lurson second. Onepalusa on third. Play for Fun is fourth. Volpone is fifth. Inspector on sixth. Galv on seven. Dexter Dan on 8. Acos 21 on 9th. Silasser on 10. Sorry, I'm not gonna I might butcher names here, but yeah. Beckett on 11, David Panda on 12. I am on 13, Greg on 14, and Somas on 15. Sorry if I butcher name, guys. Not intentional. We're not visited by an 8-year-old. Oh, God, you can give him back to the parents. Oh my God. And they're trying to set RF4 close to fish, RL fishing. Yeah, they're trying to be as close to a simulator as we can. And of course, like we said in the Q&A as well, there is other games where you can go and you can just catch like that. Even Minecraft. A lot of games have fishing. We got fishing sims, we got games with fishing aspects in them. There's plenty of games where you can go to a spot and you catch whatever you target. This is more like fishing. Let me find that for you here in a second. I sent it to Mort this morning. It is 92-132, clip 17. There's a trophy post on it, so let me tag you at. Oh, that wasn't you. Okay, not allowed to do that, but here it is. There's the there is the trophy spot setup and all. And we had one in chat earlier. So Hyena got one. He got the trophy. Come on, give me at least a 2.5 kilo. Let me have done something here. It's in the Vikings Discord. Okay, appreciate that. Yay! Hey! Finally. Never been that happy to get a 2.5 kilo bream. Freaking celebrate like it was a trophy, right? There will be a cut from the stream. Yes. I will I will upload it to YouTube, and we'll also put it on Twitch. So the VOD will be up. Twitch, of course, has a time limit. I can't remember what that is, but it will disappear after a while. So I will also upload it to YouTube. Imagine how lucky it was, happy it was with the 10K silver. Yep. Yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing. Tyrone, if you need some, go ahead and ping me. Just send me a message in game. Ooh. OJ with a Brave Trophy, 5.19. Nice. GG's. Congrats. Yep. The whole stream will be up on the VOD and also on YouTube. Spanish garbage, you got 9 fish. I blame Levo. Gal with a 4.5. Very nice. So what do we got here now? We got OT on first, we got Gal on second, we got Timmy on third. All three with trophies, so nice. Levo cursed you. Pretty much all the fish is like randomized in a sense. Damn, they're coming out like hotcakes there now. Aiko's 21 with a trophy as well. Very nice. GG. So if you're on a spot, like if you say if you go to Barbel, for instance, on Bear Lake, the albino is mixed in with the regular ones quite often. So whether or not you get a regular one or albino, that's like it's RNG. It's luck. So when it comes to getting a unique version of a fish, it's often mixed in with the regular type, and of course it's just RNG. Catfish, the same thing. You can get an albino catfish if you're extremely lucky, but it's gonna be RNG. It's gonna be luck. That's all it's gonna be. Now, for the Black Sea Kutum, which is a very rare fish, it's a fish that you can target. Now, of course, whether or not you get a trophy, it's the same as any other fish. So yeah, the pretty much all the fish is down to luck. Like if you get a Jesus, a 4-7, everyone is getting trophies now. Holy crap! I wonder if it's a different spot or the same spot. We went from no trophy to 5 trophies. So that's nice. That's a good way to look at it. Like other fish take it as well. Can't tell you blue tag albino wasn't skill. Well, you're different, Godas. No, that's of course it's a skill to find the fish and target the fish and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it needs a lot of luck getting the bigger sizes. Quite often we are a lot of folks at the same spot with the same stuff and same setups, and it's down to It is down to a couple of factors. Like sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's actually the endurance to sit on a spot for a long time to get the fish, and it's also the endurance to sit there even though when you see a lot of other folks go to the spot and get the fish maybe way faster than you. My hunt for the Black Sea Kutum is a perfect example. I sat there for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. I have no clue on how long I sat there, but it was months. And we had multiple people in chat that came there and they spent 5 hours and they got the trophy and they went. So can we just buy luck? That's the good thing with this game. No, you cannot. No matter how much people want to make this game and look like pay to win, and I'm not going to go into the full pay to win discussion on it because this again boils down to how people rate pay to win though, but the game isn't fully pay to win. You can't just buy yourself out of everything. You're not going to be able to buy yourself a blue tag. You're not going to be able to buy yourself a specific trophy. There might be a baits that you can buy that gives you a little bit of an upper hand in certain cases, but end of the day, you can't buy yourself. You can't buy yourself out of some of the grind and actually out of fishing. So, but yeah, the whole pay to win argument. Some people mean that the game is heavy on pay to win. Some people mean that it's not pay to win. I'm in the later category, but that's a huge discussion. And there's a lot of what do you call it? People have different feelings on it. A lot of opinions. Spent hundreds of hours on Black Sea Kutum hunt. Got in an hour today. Well, it's amazing fish though, so congrats again. That's awesome. And I know that feeling when you finally get it. So and that's the thing as well. That feeling when you finally get the fish that you've been after, it's so refreshing. It's like it's such a good thing. So yeah. I wish you could buy a Donut Rush trophy. Yeah. I've been through the Donut Rush grind. I've been through the Black Sea Kutum grind. I'm in the middle of the Loach grind. So like there's so many fish I've been grinding. But I don't want it to be taken away either because all the times I got in the game, I wouldn't have spent this time. If you could just go to a spot and get every single fish, I wouldn't have spent the time in the game that I have now. So even if you buy all the gear and go for big fish, you'll still need experience. Yeah, and also you need to hook that darn fish. But yeah, after you hook it, you need to land it. So gonna build up Black Kutum PVA as well before you go for them. Yep. And make sure you have enough bait. It takes a lot of bait. I'm not sure now on this spot how much bycatch there is. But every now and then, Bree moves in on the Black Sea Kutum spots, and it's just devastating your gold baits. Can we target golden tench? Yes, indeed. You can target golden tench. There will be a lot of other fish along with it. So you still need patience. It's a rare fish, so yeah, you can target it, but you need patience to get it. It's not like you're gonna get every other fish is gonna be a golden tench, but yes, you can target them. Oh yeah, Arius, saw that. So I was kind of thinking maybe I should go there and just see if I could get a card. It would be nice to get a card of them. Black Sea Kutum was favorite fish in the game, finally got them to the mount. Yeah, it's amazing when you get those on the walls. Let's see. Can you explain the concept of tackle stores or any shops that out of stock special location is okay. There's two features here. There's two things that makes something go out of stock. On the lower level maps, meaning like Mosquito, Winding, Oldberg, Balaya, also Quarry at points. Out of stock on some of these maps means that they do not sell it. They will never have it in stock. There is certain things that they will not sell. And the reason for that is, give me just 1 second, guys. One reason for that is that they want level 20 to kind of be when you like unlock everything. So there's certain things you shouldn't be able to like get confused by at the lower levels. That was kind of like the idea around it. Now, the second portion of this, oh, that was actually an upgrade. Second portion is each map have a limited stock of things. So you will see that if something goes really popular, for instance, on Copper, first time Banana went live on Copper, this was like very early after the map release. Everyone was fishing Copper and Banana became really hot. And they got sold out on Banana Dip. People saw that, and of course, what happens? This is the same thing that you'll see in real life. People start running around the different stores, buying up more. And instead of buying 100 or 200 portions, people were buying thousands to make sure that they weren't running out. Now, every single map was sold off. And they actually they emptied out the supply in the stores. So it is kind of like the same thing. It's an immersion thing. They want this to like look a little bit real, so they have a limited stock of things, and that's why certain things can go out of stock. Banana Madness, yes. And that's why my PVA for Banana is called Sold Out. I got pissed off. Literally, and I wanted to be able to post that up and actually show, okay, I'm a little bit pissed off on this thing. Yeah, it's everywhere. And the same thing was when a new map releases or new things come out, you might have to jump to different maps to find it. Same thing is if all of a sudden a really cool fish comes online or becomes active on a specific lure, that lure will start being sold out. But it will replenish fairly quickly, but you have to be ready to pick it up when it's ready. And I haven't been able to find confirmation on the restocks. What I've been told from the devs is that it's random, but I'm not sure if that's correct. Bought 10k Banana Dip and made a bank. Yep. Tiger nuts. Oh. And then I have like Tiger nuts was pretty much the same, and I haven't been active ever since. Not really. At one point you had 500 cock shapers after 10k dips. Yeah. I bought a bunch myself, but that was basically just same thing, being able to like help the community out if people ran out. Sound like straight trading stocks, yeah. They need to add limited on backpacks on dips. Nah. The danger with that is that if they start doing that, we will start seeing limits on the backpacks, and people like me will be in deep shit because I'm like, before they consolidated stuff, I had like 1,500. I went down to 8,000 when they started consolidating things. I'm back to almost 14,000. If they put a limit in here, I'm going to be hurting bad. And both my Norway house and my tent is full. We are some who play several monies, so others can play for free, just enjoy. By the way, we're gonna fill the cards with trophies and food tags. That's a very good point. Like I'm always running premium. I'm buying gold in the game. mainly for what we do with stream, though, giveaways and stuff like that. So, yeah, enjoy it, guys. That it's a free game, and it is actually free to play. Speaking of which, guys, having all of you guys here, actually. Let me just check something here. Actually, we got a premium token here. Let's go ahead and do something. Since people are talking about that. Let's where's my stream stuff? There it is. Do we do one of those? Just since we have a lot of folks here, and let's give something back to folks. Let's open a giveaway if anyone is interested. Exclamation loot in chat if you guys want a chance for a 3-day premium token. My chat will go ballistic for a few, so if I miss anything, just ask again. And that's how you screw up Twitch chat. Oh yeah, and thank you for all the follows today, guys. I've not been able to like shout them all out, but yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, of course, my chat is not readable after that. Bananons, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that. I missed that one, but thank you. Thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, let's make sure that I haven't missed anything here. So yeah, John B and Bananons, thank you so much for the prime, guys. Or John B, thank you for the sub, and yeah, both of you guys. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. I underestimated you guys. Is there any thoughts on regional pricings? Yeah, that's one thing that I actually should have asked about today, which again I missed, so or I forgot about. So I need to go back and ask some of my questions in the background, I think. I think they need to do something about the whole regional pricing. The fact that certain regions have a easier, lower prices. That's See Harold, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So yeah, I think the fact that let's say German region is cheaper than other regions, it makes no sense because we can pick whatever region we want when we create a game. Prices are actually the same that they've been. So for you guys, it's 600 for. I think it's still the same for you guys. It's 600 for 500. 500. For us, it's 800 because you are in euros, we are in dollars. But it's been the same constantly. It doesn't follow any exchange rates. So I still think that gold should be. Yes. At this point, when there's been a change in the economy, it changes, of course. But I really think that it should have been tied in a exchange rate. Yeah, okay, so Italy has the same, so you're in Italy region? Yeah. So here's what I think happened. Whoever is using euros, it was set in a time where euros and dollars were different. And as euros and dollars became pretty much equals, that became a difference. That became the problem. Yeah, right now we pay more, but it was set in a time where it was actually neck and neck, if you know what I mean. So I think it should have been like a base currency. GG, guys. We're going to look at the comp here in a second. So it would have been better if they said, hey, we're going to set the prices in euros and we calculate based on exchange rates. That would have been the correct way of doing it. So there was some talk about this in the past. They came up with some answers, but I'll try to submit another question and see if we can get an answer on that, if there's ever a plan to do anything about that. Okay, a few seconds left on the comp here. Let me just wait so I don't mess this up. Updates on fly fishing? No, we don't have an update on fly fishing. Wouldn't that be a super easy fix? On paper, yes, but actually implementing in the game might not be that simple. US dollars to euro went down 10% in the last 3 months. Yeah. Also, like the Norwegian currency for me has been like messed up when it comes to both the US dollars and euros. So it gets an effect for us as well. But I think still the cost of gold and everything should have been tied to a currency, and it should be fluctuating based on that. So not hard-coded like some regions hard-coded in euros and some hard-coded in dollars, because at some point it will cause differences. Two accounts, both international. So one Steam is $600, and say it's on 800. Yeah, so that's the same problem. Like, but that's again, with Steam you're calculating differently. So yeah. Yep, GGS everyone. Let me bring up this. Let me just quickly take a couple of screenshots. So we have these, and we'll do a roll call. As always, I will yell out the names. You guys need to answer in chat. Things have gone a little bit quick this time, so I don't actually have the prices, so it will have to be sent up by RF4. I think they might send it to me and then out, so we'll do this as we normally do, and I'll keep you guys updated. At least make sure that you guys get your prices, so that's not going to be an issue. Let me just get this. All right, so can we get a quick roll call for the top 3 here? And we got Ote on first. Ote, are you in chat? There you go. Awesome. Could you do me a favor and send me a message and just in game and just write comp first or something, just first, whatever. Just so I have your in-game name. Spillicizer, if I'm studying that correctly, are you here? Spillicizer, are you here? And Galv, are you here? There we go. Let's see. Spillicizer, are you here? So yeah, GG guys. First place, like I said before, I'm gonna bring up this one. So yeah, first place, Beluga Bestia, 3000 SHS, West Hill Royal Picker for first. Second will be Beluga Tagara, 3000, and a West Hill bonus and picker. And third place will get the Bestia 3000 as well. So that is, of course, that's the new additions of the reels. So GG guys, and Jimmy, congrats on the probably the best paying Bream in the game this far. ELG, Jimmy. So yeah. To this. They should have the Bream price to that. Holy shit, can you imagine? Can you actually imagine? That would have been nuts. Yeah, I was far down on the on the list on this one. $10,000 for a Bream trophy. That should at least get people to fish for that. Yeah, that's 100%. That's 100%. So that would be nuts. Blue brims. We've actually had a few of those. While we're here, let's grab some drinks. I assume most people know about this one, but let's go there anyway. Just realized there's no counter for how many people are in the giveaway. So yeah, we got the moonshine. How much do we need? 100 portions? We got 50. Okay, guess we're gonna grab another. How to get blind in RF4? So yeah, this is the moonshine jack, guys. If anyone didn't know about it. So this is where we get the good stuff. All the way on the other side. Oh crap, didn't know that. There is actually a few places that you can get 1600 hours and learning something new. Yep. It's not like it's not incredibly good, but it's giving you a bonus. Let me check the bonus here. Moonshine is giving you 5%, but it stacks. That's the thing. If you drink the same type of alcohol, it stacks. So for every bottle you drink, you get 5% extra XP. That shop used to run out of stock in seconds. Yeah, that was before the price went up. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Supersizer, could you do me a favor and ping me in game as well? Just send me a message in game and say second. Just because we don't know yet 100% if I'm gonna be if I'm sending out the prices or if we're sending them out. Multiple portions of Volkhov shine. Good luck. Somebody been around the block before. You get really drunk. You get really drunk very fast. And it was actually on Amber. I got stuck in that whole thing, and I snapped off. I got snapped off on landing a fish, drinking too much. Yeah, using the meds is expensive as well, though. So actually, let's go ahead and. So what should we do, guys? Should we round it off here, or should we do a 300 silver comp? Should we do like a crazy 300 silver comp? Wouldn't that be fun? Any suggestions on where we should go, though? Lexi Kudum? Wait. Seversky have the windmill, and Sura has the they have the meat, the beehives. 2 hours in these earlier. No, okay. Norway South. Okay, let's do this. Guys, give me a few ideas, and we'll do a poll. We do a quick poll, and we fire up a comp. That's actually good money for that blue brim. Sigrid Amber. Kansai, hello, how you doing? Bleak on Mosquito, 300 comp. That would be good for bait. We could actually do a short one. Pike for Archie. Are there anything active though? Last time it was actually really dead. F1 on copper. Okay, let's do a very quick poll. F1 copper. Okay, so we got Bleak Mosquito, Pike on Ladoga, F1 and copper, Norway, Faith, someone said. I need one last suggestion. Laxia Kutum. Let's add that in there. And we're going to do a 3-minute poll. I'm going to start the poll. Guys, you got 3 minutes to get 3 minutes to answer. Is it 270? That was not the best hour, but anyway, we got the challenge done though, so that was the important one. Basking shark at sea. So that will be a 300 silver comp, guys. So I'll leave that up for a minute. Give me just 1 minute. I need to hit the restroom and get some more drink. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Damn. We actually going Black Sea Kutum. Black Sea Kutum it is. Okay, let's do this then. So we'll do an hour. Not gonna get many people in here, but anyway. So the biggest Black Sea Kutum. Okay. So the compass up. Ready to join. Password is on screen. It's TheVikings, all caps. Oh, not BWD. There we go. Okay, give me a second here, guys. Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? There we go. Give me just 1 second, guys. That was wrong. Yes, you need. It requires 300 silver in comp. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so we are currently 16 people and 4,300 in the pot. So this was the. Okay, let's see if we can start this in 7 minutes, so 5 till. Greg should be banned from the comp. $19 people and 4,800. Can we get it up to 10,000? Can we get 20 people more in here? This is the spot, right? Yeah. 18 line leader on it. What do we got on the Royals right now? Do we run a bottom light? Wouldn't that be fun? We're trying to start at 5 till, so in 5 minutes. We go 5. Oh, we have line-wise here. Forgot to check if I actually have. Okay, I got a little bit. What's the difference here? 36 super muscle and muscles. And the clip on this thing is 17. Yes, the Q&A is pretty much done. The VOD will be up on YouTube. So the VOD will be out. So as soon as the VODs and everything is populated, I will enable them on Twitch, but I will also upload them to YouTube. So YouTube will be a better bet because Twitch has a limit on how long the VODs are out. We have 28 people and currently 7,000 for the winner. Yeah, it's a little bit downside with running these high silver comps. You need premium, and also the bad thing is you have to have had it from yesterday because your daily allotment does not increase until next day. So if you buy premium today, tomorrow is when you can do these. So okay, we're starting in a minute. If anyone needs a little bit more time, make sure you tag me in chat. If not, we're going to start this in a minute. 17. It's $9,180. Can we make it 10? You guys managed quickly? Someone join? Pretty much 2 more people and we're there. But yeah, let's start this competition and we'll drag the giveaway and we'll start a new one. No, Timo will win an extra 10k. If I get, like, this is a good chance to get a card as well. Like, if I get a card, I will be ecstatic. We join, we don't have debate. Yep. It's gonna be an hour, so like we will get the best bait no matter what. So like it's that's the thing with an hour comp. You'll like no matter how you twist and turn it, you'll have one night and one day. All right, let's get this started. Here we go, guys. Luck, have fun. All right. Popcorn time. Yeah, back in the days when we did the admin comps, they kind of bypassed the player spend limit, but that was introduced with the changes that they did on the competitions. Should we pull this one? Should we drag it? Or the pull the winner? Last chance for people to join. 3 days of premium token up for grabs. See 2-3 comps and trophies in the comp. That would have been awesome. All right, let's exclamation loot. All right, I'm gonna close it, and like always, guys, when I pull the winner, it's what says on the screen on top here that actually is the winner. We've had one instance where there was actually wrong in chat, so the one on the screen is the one that's the count. You have 1 minute to speak up, and yeah, the rules down in the dipply-doos, so I'll follow them. And that's not what it's gonna do. There we go. All right, so I'm closing it, and we tried to pull the winner. All right, here we go. Good luck. Hey, Actaeon. Are you here, Actaeon? Now the big question is, are you here? Or are you eating dinner? Actaeon, are you here? Not looking good. Actaeon, are you here? 20 seconds. He's sleeping. Oh, he actually is. He's oh no, actually he's out. He just left actually. Yep, he just went out, and there is 1 minute is up. And we pick anyone. Let's see. Rayleigh Anu, are you here? Not in the list either. I'll let the timer go out though in case someone is lurking. What the heck is it, dude? Not in viewer list. Yeah. Now it's getting better and better. Yeah. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. And again, time is up. Mr. Perfect. Perfect. 88. There we go. Woo. Awesome. Congrats. Could you go ahead and ping me in game? Should we open a new one? What do you guys think? Do we need to do one more? Because I found a few more. No one even replied to that. Any spot for low-level feeders? Let's do it. Of course we should. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do another one. Let me reset. Yes, open. There we go. We do one more. Let's do it. Exclamation loot. One more chance for a 3-day. Never hurt someone to get a couple of days of premium, right? Yeah, I saw someone ask about like when's the next free premium. We just went out of like we had almost 2 weeks with double happy hour. So everyone that doesn't have premium got happy hour, and everyone with premium got double. So we kind of got a little bit of free stuff there. You asked about low-level feeder spot. Give me a second here. Let's see if we can find something. There is rough on Belaya. That's actually a fairly good spot. 68.48 on Belaya. Clip 15 to 20 meters with red worm. Mixed bag. Rough. Yeah, just mixed rough. There's roach. There is bleak. There is crucian and gibble. It looks like. So yeah, I think that could be 68.48. Yeah, clip 15 to 20. Size 12 hooks with red worm. So that's one spot that you could try out. I wouldn't recommend bream. The white brim, that's telesticks, I believe. What's good spot there for whitefish? On what map? Whitefish on old. Which map are you thinking about? If you get like the trophy, like say to him, can you please send it to? Yeah, if I get a card, I keep the card and I give you the trophy. Ooh, whitefish. I got it right off the base. So when you land and you look, you find a map here, so I can actually take a look at the map. You're basically facing the mountains. If you're standing on the 5 line, facing the on the line 5, facing the mountains, that's basically your best bet. I think it was like 75 to 1 meter depth. That's where I got it for the challenge. Bates, let me check in a second. What number is the qualification on you, remember? Makes it easy for me to find it. What number is the challenge? Because that was the humpback, if I remember correctly. Mayfly for that one. Give me just 1 second, guys. Yeah, I don't have sandwich for that. Yep. In our Discord, oh yeah, the link just popped up there. In our Discord, there's 2 channels with a lot of information on the challenges. I think you can find pretty much everything in there. There's a lot of spots for pretty much everything. Let's see. Red worm and diving beetle is what I use. So either one of those 2 should be good as well. So if you don't have sandwich, use either one of those 2. I normally try out with the first one first, and then if it doesn't work, you try the second, of course. But the topmost is the one that I normally go with. That one, the humpback was 1-1, or sorry, 1-3. 7-1 premium. Oh yeah, this one. Still missing in action. Gonzo sent me some info, and I tried that. I had a couple of 9.5s on that spot, but yeah, that one is killing me. I've tried with live bait on both maps. I've tried with trolling. I've been trying 25-45 with bleak. Now I've been to so many maps that I'm actually confused on freaking where things are. So 25-45. I think, yeah, that's the one I was at yesterday. Yeah, I was there yesterday. Biggest one was like 5 kilos. Almost 150 bleaks, 8.9 max. Yeah, so my biggest ones has actually been on trolling on Archipelago. And dangerously putting bleak on. That's dangerous. Let me take that off. Oh, we actually have a Black Sea Kutum. Nice. Now, at least RF4 is not getting all this money, so if that one stands till the end, that's a hell of a prize for a bit that small fish. RF4 frozen and made Twitch froze as well. I'm relogging in. Damn. No wonder we're playing Frozen in the background. Let's see. When did I? There it is. Oh. Just realized that we had I don't like having audio on for you guys. I know how annoying it can be with those things. I guess, and this is where the mods will be uploaded. Couldn't sing it right now, Twisted Sisters. We're not gonna take it. Oh yes. But that's your fault, Swamp. You keep blasting that song every time that you're on. Any crazy info given by devs? Nothing like, I don't think there was anything like revolutionizing. But it was a good talk. There was a lot of good stuff. They answered a lot of questions. Some of it is of course vague because it's things in the works. But I think there's a lot that we can read between the lines. Give us an indication of what's in the works at least. But yeah, I don't expect something like groundbreaking to be revealed. Nice to meet. And Cubat, nice one. I don't expect anything like groundbreaking to be released in these streams. It's not often that they have a like a major bomb that they can set off, but it's just that has to do with the way that the game's being developed. They keep their cards close until they are ready to release new stuff. So, but yeah, I think it was a good chat. And I think they answered, well, they did answer a lot of questions. Pretty much all the pre-submitted questions was answered, so. Wondering the cards fish given from trophies. Are they specified on the fish when a fish is hooked or fish is landed? I don't know on that. I have no idea. All I know is that it seems to be random because you can get cards on pretty much any fish. The trophies might be giving a higher chance though, but like today, this one, 4 stars on a non-trophy as a like relatively small fish. Eat and dig. No, that was Balaya. there's the spot. That one. Watch the what? Yep. Yeah, there wasn't like there's nothing like huge that I think like was breaking things. I find it interesting though in these talks that we've had with RF4 that there is a lot more going on. I think as far as changes. Just seeing what happened with Norway, what they done with copper, the way that they changed things. Now with the new map that's being teased, it's pretty obvious that things are progressing. They're doing new things with the game. So there's all the new stuff that we got with Norway. What might happen with the new map, depending on like how far they take this, but this is like an all new region, which should extend on more than just the species. So I think it can get very interesting. Yeah, thanks for all the follow, guys. I haven't been able to read up all. I'll read all of them. So it's not accessible yet. I will be able to upload it I think it's a couple of hours after my stream. I can enable it. So let me find it. It's not often. So when you go to this Twitch link, when I'm not live, you should see it right underneath, like on the landing page. When you click the main link, it should be on the bottom there. Under videos, actually, there's the video tab, and it will be under there. There's nothing now because I haven't published any VODs lately, and they're only available for X amount of days before it goes away. So that's why the VOD will also be uploaded to YouTube. So as soon as the VOD is available, I will make it available on Twitch. Right afterwards, it will be available on YouTube. Actually, YouTube might be up before the Twitch VOD. All right, you too. Yes, 15 to 20 meters. Okay, so what do we got here? So we got Nicoloco on first with 2.5. We got Cubat on second with 2.1. Timmy with a 109. Janadex on a 985 and Valek on a 568. Greg with a 2.2. So recast on these. Just for shits and giggles, try oh, hyena was a river mussel. Dang, I didn't see that one posted up today. Bubika Fisher with a Goshki. Holy shit. That's a nice fish. Dang. That's all we can say on that one. God damn. But that was early morning, so that's probably before. That was probably before reduced. Thanks a lot for all the info. Oh, anytime. Anytime. That's the point of doing this. That's the whole point. Being there for the community, helping out where we can. That's kind of the point. You're talking to the cats? Oh my god. Oh, I had some nasty cat fights with live bait on the Caspian brown trout spot. Wait, did that one take? Hmm. Nope. Probably fucked it up by touching the rod though. Some dude got 2 Donut Rough trophies in 5 minutes. Oh, and how many did you get? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. None, indeed. Yeah, we did a competition for Donut Rough during one of the events. That's insane though, yeah. We did a competition during an event. I think it was Christmas like a year and a half ago. And that's when Donut Rough was active on cockchafers. We had over 140 people in the competition, I believe. There was 7 people that didn't catch the fish. And that's crazy for Donut Rough. And we had so many trophies, and we even had blue tag in the competition. But it was just crazy. There was going off trophies left, right, and center. So yeah, that was, and of course I didn't catch it. So it took me quite a while after that before I got the trophy. Leaders for that spot, I would run probably fairly small. The post, he was using 6.5 kilo. But he was using fluorocarbon line straight through. Is beer still worth trying with weather increased? Best you can do is trying it out. There is no knowing if a spot is still active after temperature changes without trying it. I haven't been to bear myself. I haven't seen any barbel postings last day, so I'm not sure if things have changed. Oh, you're on 120, 121, clip 12. That's the donut spot. Cool. Yeah, I think that's the best you can do. Just go ahead and try it out. Try what was working before and see if it works. We saw that with copper going reduced. Some of the spots are still active, where others really aren't active anymore. So I would think twice before running happy hour, though. If you really want to make like bang for your bucks on happy hour, I would not go like if it's changed. I wouldn't go and test it during happy hour because it will most likely be different. So if you're hung up on that, get confirmed information before you go there. But because most of the time something changes, either bait changes or the spot is completely changed, then it's dead. But I wish people could do like on trophy posts, make sure that it's actually written reduced, increased, or normal, because then people can actually search for it, or at least have a screenshot showing it, because we have a lot of trophies being posted up, like especially F1s. People posted that info, and you have no clue whether or not it was it normal, was it increased? Because if it was 3 hours ago, we can't see what happened in the past. We only see what's happened in the future on the temperatures. So hopefully that will change as well in the future, that we can actually either get it on the trophy cards or that we can actually see the historic weather. That wasn't a good one. Let's go ahead and try a different bait just for shits and giggles. Oh, I didn't change the other two reels. So okay, well we have one bottom light and the other one's not. Ooh, catfish just broke your HSV. Damn. That's not good. Oh, sorry to say, but your setup was wrong then. You should always make sure your line and leaders are below the rod and reel. Very important. I think the in-game tutorial should have covered gear setup. Problem is, though, a lot of folks just fly through the tutorials in-game. We don't really pay attention. And I'm saying we because I'm doing the same thing. So many times you either skip the tutorial or you just fly through it, and then you're afterwards trying to figure out what the hell was said. I had to break an HSV to figure that one out. The thing is, you have to stay below this. This is the breaking strength of your rod. So this rod, pristine, brand new, it will break at 29.4. You have to take into consideration the wear. I know it's not as simple, but for simplicity's sake, take 6% off, and that is your break strength. Stay below that. And RF4 themselves says keep it 10%. So if you stay 10% below, the closer you get to the number. So let's say that this rod was pristine. If I go with the 29.4 line, it's a 50-50 which one is going to break. It's 50-50% whether or not it's going to be my rod or the line. If I go a little bit down, let's say 28, there's still a chance that the rod might break because of like stuff. So stay 10% underneath to be safe. Now, drag is the friction break, is what makes this line go, like, if you have fish on and you set the friction break to 29, that kilo, 22.6 kilos, is what makes the spool go around and the fish take line. So you have to figure out what the mechanism strength is. When you lock this one up, you need to stay underneath the mechanism strength. The best way to find that is spreadsheets online. There's no information in game. But 1.5 times this, and you're safe in most cases. So if you on this one consider this one is around 30 kilos, you would be safe. So you want to make sure that you stay 10% underneath these two values, this one and the mechanism strength on this. So it was going to be rod and reel on top. That's going to be the strongest. Then you put the line underneath that, and normally the leader below that again. No matter what happens at that point, it's going to be your line or your leader breaking before you break your gear. So when you set up your equipment, you should always be, it should always been set up in the sense that you can lock up to break off and none of your gear will be broken. And that's how you end up with this. Holy crap. I just realized we are getting close to 20,000. That's nuts. Well, the thing is, you have to wear out the fish. Everything in the game is lighter in the ocean than it is on land. But you also have to remember this. A fish that's fight will pull way harder than its own weight. So if you get a trout, when that one strikes and runs off, it will be way heavier. So if it's a 1 kilo fish, it will be way heavier when it actually takes off. So you have to wear out the fish and tire it out. And when the fish is dead, turning around on his back, you carefully ease it in. You will lock up and you carefully go backwards. It's the same thing. People are hung up on the hook strength in the game is we have no hooks for bottom fishing that are really, really strong. So if you lock up when the fish is fighting, it's going to snap your hook and you're done. But if when the fish is done, you can still ease it backwards. That's how you can land big fish on weaker gear. That's being like 700 kilo beluga on 80 kilo rod. But it's also the same thing. You can do ultralight using a 12 kilo line and you land a 40 kilo fish. Boonser, good afternoon. How you doing? So it's all about fighting the fish correctly. You have to kite the fish so it doesn't run away with you. You have to take the fights in areas where you actually can walk back and forth and tire out the fish. And that's what you will do in real life as well. If you get a big salmon, you just don't power reel it in. You have to tire out the fish a bit before you can actually drag it in. So it's something we said earlier tonight as well, where yes, you can. One thing is to have the equipment to fight something. It's something to catch the fish as far as like getting to bite, but then you have to land the fish. That's where the challenge comes in those extreme cases. Mr. Q&A, people over at the Discord saying it was been a massive success. I think it was a good one. Hopefully people think the same. The VOD will be out. So I would like it will be uploaded to YouTube. It will also be on Twitch VODs. Of course, YouTube's will stay there. Twitch VODs will disappear eventually. So yeah, it will be out so you can watch it. But yeah, I think it was a good one. They answered a lot of questions. Of course, as always with RF4, they are holding their cards close, so not everything will be announced. But yeah, I think it was a good one. I think it was a really good one. Stepcom, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Damn, 500 bits. Appreciate it. Let's think. There wasn't anything like, ooh, we got one. There wasn't anything like big woohoo. A little bit around the thoughts, like I said, there is a few reworks that they have on the pads that they are thinking about. Not in specifics though. There was a little bit talk about the new map and some of the thoughts around that. Again, nothing specific, but they are close to release, which we know like soon TM. Some thoughts around things, like we had a lot of questions around features in the game. People asking about like auction house, that's out of the question. Secondhand stores, well, it's some mixed things around that. People have been asking about bulk crafting that we've been talking about in long times. And what I liked with the one today, they gave us a little bit more insight on how the thought process in the back room goes, where they are split on certain things, where some people want immersions versus others want more game. Like you have this realism immersion type things, and then you have the game side of things. So the ties between those two. I think there was a lot of good stuff. As always, they give us some tidbits on how they think, and if you read between the lines, you can get a lot of info out of it. I'm gonna go back and rewatch it myself as well, because there was a lot of info here, and a lot of it I think we need to read between the lines as always with these guys, which also is one of the reasons why I think it's very much fun to be in this community, because even when they release something and give us a teaser, there's a lot of stuff that we need to try to guess. And even the picture, they said it flat out. The picture was released for us to tear it apart. I think the name of the file was a mishap. I don't think it was intended, because they wanted us to like look at the fish and try to figure out what the heck this is. So, in true style of RF4, of course. So there is a few questions though that I saw fly past on my screen that we didn't get a chance to ask. So I might ask them for some questions off the books. See if we can get a little bit more intel out of them. So I left the webpage up, guys, for you guys to submit questions. So throughout the day, I'll take it down tonight, that section. But if you guys have any questions that you feel that we really need to get answers on, submit them, and I'll take it into consideration, see if we add those in as well. Because I do have a few things I would like to ask them. Yes, but quarterly interviews, and I said maybe when the new map comes out. It was actually said in there was two different things there. So it was asked about quarterly, and they said, yeah, that was a really good idea. He also said, after he said that, he said also maybe when the new map comes, maybe we come back and do a more like in depth on some of the mechanics and whatnot. They also opened up for this deep dive into SigRig. So that's, I didn't see it as like, hey, this is gonna happen next. Let's see, how does Discord? I'll ask to verify, but I have Discord account. You shouldn't have to have a verified account in my Discord. You will have to have a verified account with RF4 Discord. And the verified account, I think you need to go through like a phone verification on that, if I'm not mistaken. You guys having good bite rate? Nice. That's awesome. But yeah, I'm actually impressed on how much we got through today. We went through pretty much everything that we had pre-submitted, and we also covered quite a few in chat. So like I said earlier, guys, if anyone has anything, any feedback on today, things we can do differently, how we should do this next time, if there's any changes you guys would like to see, feel free to contact me in Discord. Any feedback is good feedback, so yeah. And we do tolerate constructive criticism, so yeah, if there's anything you guys feel like we could do better, I would appreciate hearing it. Ooh, Mr. Infinito, 3.2, very nice one. Question because I didn't make it on time. I guess will there be stronger rods? I don't think we will see anything stronger as of now. The thing with introducing new gear, especially introducing stronger bottom gear, will kind of upset the balance that they have on older maps. It's kind of like when they introduced Norway. In real life, would it be a problem taking a boat rod and use it for other things? No, you can use rods, like mix and match them, and other computer games have done the same thing. But one of the problems with that, when you go and you have, let's say the TIs would have max strength of 80. Same thing with the Ultimas, which have 146, I believe it is. If you are allowed to take the boat rod and go to the same maps and start using the boat rods with the same type of setups, now you go from 140 max rod to a rod with 200 and what the heck is it, 230? But yeah, if I slap on regular lures and I use this one and I use like 238, now I kind of like upset the whole balance of the game, because now all of a sudden I can use this heavy rod on other maps. So that's kind of why they've done it this way, where you cannot use you can't set up whatever rig you want on whatever rod you want. So it's a long answer that, okay, first of all, I don't know. But second of all, I don't think they will just introduce another TI rod or another bottom rod. Unless there's a different type of fishing that comes out that kind of puts it in the same pathway, basically. But like, we have sturge going up to a kiloton. I'm not so sure that we will. I don't think we will start seeing something bigger that will require bigger gear. It's kind of like with the ocean map. People asking about like, when do we get the 60 conventional reels? Well, it will give you a bit better friction break and a bit more line, but it won't do anything with the rods and the lines that we have in the game. So does it really make too big of a difference? Something to think about. Yeah, more line, yeah, but it will also change the it will change the ocean fishing quite a bit from now, where it actually takes a lot of skill landing a big fish, whereas if you start having all of a sudden, like, say, double amount of line, you actually make that fight a lot easier. It's a good example of that is when I hooked the 100 kilo basking going for mackerel. On the Goliath, I actually made it. I actually managed to land that darn fish. It took me 3 hours though, but yeah, it was possible to do it. If I had a Venga on there, I would have been lost. I wouldn't have been able to land that fish because I didn't have the line length. So it kind of gives the same thing. Lock the cat blue tag and pull it in 1 minute. Yeah, right. And these new reels with SHS, meaning it will be needed for the new map, or not really? We did ask if there would be gear restrictions on the new map, kind of like Copper, or if it will be free. They didn't want to go into that because they want to leave some of that like new excitement to the new map. can we read through there? Can we say, okay, well, you know what? That means that there's probably something. There might be a curveball in there. Have no clue. Boomers there regarding chat. I hardly believe they don't know. Well, they know that there was a the 300 cap is different from the one that people are saying 150 now. They didn't dismiss it, but they were looking into the 150. But the 300 cap is completely different from what people are talking about with 150 now. Okay. 13 people with a Black Sea Kutum. 3 in-game hours left. If you hit 300 people in chat, like if you have a private chat and you hit 300 people, there's starting to be some issues with some messages disappearing. And there's been talk on now, if you hit 150, you won't see other people's catches. Okay. Yep. But yeah, I think if that's I kind of think that if that's the issue, I think they should either, yeah, it's almost better for them to turn it off again until they have figured it out. That's in my opinion, though. Turn it off, work on it after like a couple of months, turn it back on, test it for a little bit. If there's same issue, turn it off again. I think it would be way better to do it that way. But I have to say though, I haven't been missing it as much as people have been talking about. It's nice to see, but I think the chat fish should be opted. The size of fish that you actually see in chat should have been opted a bit. But I have to say though, the game has been extremely stable. I think after the patch, I was expecting when I saw the chat stuff, I was expecting the game to be like unstable like we had a year ago. But it's actually been very nice. Oh, the giveaway? Whenever we decide to draw it. I see that. I see the fact that the activity helps, but I think with the old system where everything like common carps over 3 kilo, you see them in chat. Bream over like 1 kilo, you see them in chat. It's a bit excessive. But yeah, it's also because I've seen how unstable the game got when there was too much activity in chats. So But yeah, I agree. It's a good indication to see that there's actually people on fishing. So I do agree on that. That it's nice to see some activity. Maybe it would be a good idea to shave down a little bit of the weeklies because that is freaking nuts and a half. Yeah, I think 3 kilo is 3 kilo carp is where the cutoff is, especially on common carps. I think it was 3 on common carps and 4 on mirror carps, if I remember correctly. We used to have the chat size displayed in Kill the Jock's sheet. Okay, you guys are catching. I'm not getting anything. I've gotten that's one small one. But yeah, nice to see a lot of Kutums coming out. I told you ban Greg from the comp. No, we don't do that. Turn off Wakelies on Sunday and Monday to avoid spam. Yep. But I think it could be consolidated. They should have had text for the different, so one message, and just add some icons to the end of it. Which ones you got? That could be icons. It could be like square brackets with some text in it to indicate weeklies, global weeklies, and so on and so forth. Because in worst case scenario, with the bottom light and with the regular boards, and you have seaboard and all that stuff, you can actually end up getting 9 messages on one fish, and that's kind of excessive. I also think that there should be that there can be some counters in the back end that actually keeps track of, hey, we just like this fish has been updated X amount of times. We don't like overpopulate on it. But it's it's very difficult to please everyone in a game like this, and it, like some people, I see people streaming this game and not having any information on their stream, like or on screen. They don't have weeklies. They don't have anything. So some people don't want to see anything, and some people are sitting in their own chat with their own like themselves, and that's it. They don't want people to bother them. You have some people that don't want to see the weeklies, but they want to have like their close knit group, and then you have those that want everything, and they want to see all the details and everything. So that's there's so many different aspects of the game and so many different opinions about it. So, and that goes for everything in the game. Everyone wants different things, and like he said about the whole multi-crafting as well, some people are opposed to it because of immersion and realism, and some people just want to like say, hey, I want to push a button, make 500 portions of tea, and go fish. So let's get over. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Craig just snuck in front of him. Damn. GG's. Yes, we've had a Q&A with Joe and Levo today. So the Q&A segment is over, but yeah, we've had a Q&A today. So the VODs will be out after stream. So as soon as I get access to them on Twitch, I will upload it on Twitch and also on YouTube. It will stay on the YouTubes. So yeah, GG's. I was slow. Let's see. All right, Greg took first place with $9,435. GG's, congrats. So Greg on first, Mr. Infinito on second, Nicoloco on third, Cubat on fourth, Swaggy on fifth, Leia on sixth, Akos on seventh, Black Eyes Finn on eighth, SQW on Square, I think it is, on 9th, Wallach on 10th, me on 11th, Tyron on 12, TLD Timmy on 13, Jenna Dex on 14, and Captain Lockheed on 15. All the silver goes to the Vikings today. Yeah, if Bati was here, he would have said that we're pillaging as always, right? Yep, we're bringing home the silver. Oh, GG, guys. You need Moss to give you some of this PVA for Black Sea Kutum. Get a trophy on his shit. Yep. Right. Nothing interesting in here. Yeah, GG's. Rate fishing. Yeah, Greg is rigged. He is freaking rigged. His RNG is off the hooks these days. So it's completely nuts. So let's see here. Alrighty, guys. Let's go ahead and bring this one up. I'm gonna give you guys a minute to join in. Last chance for people to jump in there and okay. So same deal as last time. Let me just find my screens here. Yep, so same deal as last time. Get a minute to speak up when I draw the winner. And we are gonna close it. And again, it's the name on top of the stream that will be the decider if there's something wrong. You get 1 minute to speak up. All the rules is down in the doobly-doos. And this is for a 3-day token for premium. Oh, here we go. It is on. Yay! What's your in-game name? Neon. All right, awesome. Congrats. Could you do me a favor if you're in game? Could you ping me in game and just type giveaway, and I'll get it out to you. Makes it a little bit easier for me to find people when if I get an in-game message. Let me see if I can find you. Is this you, by the way? Oh, there you go. Awesome. Awesome. Congrats. Enjoy the premium. Get something good in happy hours. So, alrighty, guys, we are at the end of the stream. So, I'm gonna raid you guys out. So please stick around for a minute, if you guys don't mind. We'll toss you guys over to a fellow RF4 streamer here. So guys, thank you so much for showing up for the Q&A. Really appreciate all of you guys showing up and making this a massive success, which seems like we're going to be able to do it again. So like I said, if you guys have any feedback or anything, feel free to pop that in. Guys, all the support today, massive thanks. And a huge thanks to RF4 for showing up and joining us in this, and of course also providing the prize and whatnot. So guys, you have an awesome afternoon, evening, whatever the heck is in your neck of the woods. I hope to see you guys on the next one. We will be live again on Tuesday night. So no stream tomorrow, but I will be live Tuesday night. Until then, sidelines and all that good stuff. So yeah, let's raid out to. I'm going to toss you guys over to a fellow streamer. It's a German streamer. Awesome guy. So please jump over there and make some noise. You could do me that favor. Again, massive thanks to you all. The VOD will be out tonight. So stay tuned for that. Again, YouTube is up there. I'll make sure that we push that out. Guys, have an awesome afternoon, evening, whatever the heck is in your neck of the woods. Hope to see you guys on Tuesday. Until then, tight lines, and I'll see you in the game.